Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements? I call the member for Farrer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is no difference between a skilled rice worker in Leeton and a skilled potline worker at Tomarco. Both belong to a union. One processes grains that feeds people, the other smelts bauxite into aluminium that builds things. Both are good men and women with families and mortgages, both represented by the Labor government in Canberra. The only difference is postcode, and that postcode decides who gets rescued and who gets a redundancy notice. Tomarco sits in the seat of Patterson, Labor's heartland. Rio Tinto warned that the smelter could lose its power contract in 2028. Albanese and the Minns government moved. In August 2026, they announced a $2.5 million bailout to save roughly 1,000 jobs, about $2.5 million per job saved. Sunrise in the Conservative Riverina seat of Farrer is a $1.8 billion ASX-listed company supporting roughly 2,000 family farms. In mid-2026, when the harvest collapsed in just to 178,000 tonnes, Sunrise confirmed close to 100 job losses across the Riverina mills. What did the workers get from Canberra? Not a dollar of equity, not a water allocation, but a statement saying that job losses were concerning. Tomarco's crisis stems from bad energy policy. The rice industry stems from bad water policy. Yet rice is generally internationally competitive. Aluminium smelting is not. George Orwell already wrote the ending. All industries are equal, but some are more equal than others. This is not an argument against the Tomarco deal. It's an argument that the criteria for the $2.5 billion rescue cannot quietly be which seat is politically inconvenient to lose. If energy policy-driven uncompetitiveness earns a decade of taxpayer-funded support, then water policy-driven uncompetitively in a generally export-competitive food industry deserves the same table, a guaranteed baseline water allocation and an equity co-investment in the Riverina, in the value-adding Riverina. It should not take an electoral map to decide which one gets saved. It should take integrity, morality and common sense. And more importantly, what is best for Australia and what is best for Australians. Thank you.
I thank the member for Farrer and I call the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tuesday this week was Vietnam Veterans Day and the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan. I want to begin by acknowledging the service held in Melton, as well as others held across our community this week. To President John Hodges, Secretary James Fitzgerald, and all members of the Vietnam Vets Association in Melton, thank you for the dedication and the care that you bring to this day every single year. And to every Vietnam veteran and family member who sacrificed so much for our country, we honour your service, your sacrifice, and your strength. Deputy Speaker, it was fantastic to be at St Francis Cobblebank for the opening of their new creative hub, backed by $4.5 million from the Albanese government. I also had the privilege of opening the new Stage 3 building at St Lawrence of Brindisi Primary in Melton South, a brand new two-storey building delivered with over $4.9 million from the Albanese government. These new facilities support young people in our growing western suburbs with a high-quality education and real skills for the future. Deputy Speaker, I want to give a shout out to the recent 54th annual Bacchus Marsh Rotary Art Show, the longest running art show in regional Victoria and a real institution in our community. Congratulations to Committee Chair Peter Shilton, recently named Moorabool Shire's 2026 Citizen of the Year. And a big shout out to everyone at Sunbury Seniors for their Australia's biggest morning tea event, raising money for the Cancer Council. It was great to be there. Many thanks to President Louise Zambello and everyone who came along for such a good cause. Last week, I had the honour of standing alongside 400 TWU delegates in Tullamarine to fight against companies like FedEx trying to strip back workers' pay and conditions. My community is home to baggage handlers, truck drivers and delivery workers. Transport workers in our economy, these are the people who keep our country moving and they deserve fair wages, respect on the job and to come home safely to their families. This week, the TWU's fight delivers once again. Food delivery workers across Australia are now covered by new industry standards, including a minimum hourly rate of $31.30. This is a massive pay rise for workers who previously had no safeguards at all. This is what the Albanese government's reforms made possible, and importantly, it's what the TWU has been fighting for on behalf of these workers for years. Thank you to Michael Caine, Emily McMillan, Richard Olsen, Sam Lynch, and the entire TWU for your tireless advocacy for workers in our community. And I want to give a special shout out to Senator Tony Sheldon, who has devoted his working life with courage to representing these workers.
I thank the member. I call the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the recent passing of my friend Ray Hancock at age 99. Ray was one of the legends of Kenthurst and one of the last of the greatest generation who served the cause of freedom in World War II. Ray was born in 1927 at Leamington Spa in England, where his father worked as a driver mechanic on the estate of Lord Heber Percy. He ran its heating system, and Ray remembers the estate as being a little like Downton Abbey. Ray spent his boyhood roaming the gardens and playing cricket and rugby under its chestnut trees. His life changed one morning in 1939 when the local church minister interrupted a service to announce that Britain was at war with Germany. At 14, Ray joined the Civil Defence Corps as a messenger. He was still at school and he wanted to do his bit. He also admitted there was another attraction: you got to ride a motorbike. He rode between railway stations and the Clearing Hospital at Warwick, helping soldiers and paratroopers who'd returned from Europe disfigured by war. Part of his job was simply to keep their spirits up. When Coventry was bombed in the Blitz, Ray ferried the injured from the wreckage, and it was during this time that his own father was killed while serving as a firefighter in the auxiliary services. Ray also witnessed a fire truck carrying firefighters take a direct hit from a German bomb, killing everyone on board. In 1944, as soon as he was old enough, Ray volunteered to become a Royal Navy pilot. He earned his wings after just 8 hours of flying training at Pensacola and joined the British Pacific Fleet in Ceylon under Lord Mountbatten. From the aircraft carrier HMS Colossus, he flew Seafire as a converted Spitfire. John Benyon, after whom the great park at Kenthurst is named, used to say that Ray was the last surviving Australian to have flown a Spitfire. After the war, Ray built a career with the Rover Motor Company, travelling the world as an expert on Range Rovers, including work on the vehicles for the Queen's 1954 Royal Tour. Ray adored Australia. He told me that there were opportunities in our country if you're prepared to look for them. On one of his trips, he met Jenny Brown from Adelaide. They married, and for more than 30 years, they moved to Kenthurst and built the rural life they wanted together. There, Ray gave enormously to his community. Through the Rotary Club of Kenthurst and the Kenthurst Rural Fire Service, he never missed an Anzac Day ceremony in Kenthurst after living in the area. And this year, he was rightly featured in the Lest We Forget Anzac Tribute Concert at the Sydney Opera House. Ray's story is of an ordinary man who lived through extraordinary times. He never lost sight of what mattered. He loved Kenthurst and they loved him. And those places are so much better for having Ray as part of the community. To Jenny, to all of Ray's family and friends, and indeed to the broader Kenthurst community, I want to offer my condolences for a great legend of our community, one of the people who makes our area unique and special. May his memory be a blessing.
I thank the member and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently I had the pleasure of visiting Discovery Early Learning Centre in Launceston as part of Early Learning Matters Week. It was wonderful to spend time with the young children as they built, explored, played and problem-solved together. As a teacher, it was a particular pleasure to be back in a space that I deeply love, helping children to engage in play. Now, play is not simply something that children do for fun. It is how they learn to communicate, to build confidence, develop creativity, solve problems, form friendships, and begin to engage with the world around them. And those early learning experiences help lay that foundation for lifelong learning. But behind all of that are our early childhood educators. Every day, they create safe, welcoming, and engaging environments where children can learn, grow, and thrive. When visiting the centre, I moved between creative play spaces that included blocks, a dental clinic, bookmaking, and a fishing hole. Now, I know exactly how long these spaces take to set up, how purposeful they are to develop speech, writing opportunities and fine motor skills. Thank you so much to those educators that had created those spaces that I also got to involve myself and play with. It is skilled and very important work, and it does deserve to be recognised and highly valued. And that is why I am proud that our government has supported the 15% pay rise for early childhood educators, including around 400 workers in my electorate of Bass. For too long, those early educators were undervalued and underpaid, and too many were leaving a profession that they deeply loved because they simply could not afford to stay. We are very pleased to see that turning around now, with more educators entering and staying in the sector. We're also making sure that as we invest in the workforce, we continue to strengthen the safety and the quality for children and give parents confidence in the care that their children receive. But this week, Early Learning Matters Week, was all about recognising the people at the centre of it all. To the educators at Discovery and to the early childhood educators right across Bass, I thank you. Thank you for your patience, for your care, for your skill and your energy that you bring to work every single day, because it can be exhausting. Playing for 8 hours a day can be very tiring, I assure you. Thank you for supporting our children at such an important stage of their lives. The work you do in those early years will stay with children for a lifetime, and our community is stronger for it.
Hear, hear.
I thank the member for Bass. I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A constituent, a pensioner with diabetes, recently came to my office and reached out to me that they've given me permission to share their story. Ms. Oliver uses a continuous glucose monitor. It works alongside her insulin pump to track her blood glucose day and night. For her, that is not a convenience. It is what allows her to manage her serious condition safely and stay at home on her own terms. Her family tells me that since she began using it, her management has improved considerably. It has given her independence. It has given them a peace of mind. Now, they've been told the cost can no longer be met through her aged care package. Under the former home care package arrangements, they were told by their aged care provider there was scope to fund it. Under Support at Home, which replaced that program on the 1st of November 2025, they have been advised there is no scope. The cost to Ms. Oliver is around $330 a month, close to about $4,000 a year. On a pension, that is not just an adjustment, at the margins. That is the difference between managing a condition safely and going without. I want to be careful here because I know that this case falls between two systems. Continuous glucose monitors are subsidised through the National Diabetes Services Scheme, but only for people with type 1 diabetes. For Australians living with insulin type 2 and other forms of diabetes, there is no subsidy. They pay full price and they go without. This gap is not news to anyone in this House. The House Inquiry into Diabetes recommended expanding CGM subsidies to insulin-requiring groups when it reported in July 2024. The Medical Services Advisory Committee deferred its advice in 2025 and consulted again this year. Diabetes Australia estimates covering 16,000 Australians in priority groups would cost around $106 million over 4 years, a fraction of what we spent treating the complications. In an electorate like Fowler, we've got the highest rate of diabetes, and the median personal income is around $520 a week. For people like Ms. Oliver, the weight is going to be costing us more in the future through obviously emergency departments, through the dialysis chairs, and perhaps amputation. So I want to ask the government three things. Clarify what transitional arrangements or exemptions exist for people who make decisions in good faith under the previous system. Tell families plainly and in languages they speak what is and is not funded before support is withdrawn, not after. And resolve the CGM subsidy question, which has now been under consideration for more than 2 years. Ms. Oliver did everything right. She deserves better than being caught between two programs, neither of which will claim her. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fowler. I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is always a good week when you secure $100 million for your community. So I was very pleased to join the Minister for Infrastructure, the New South Wales Roads Minister and my state MP Trish Doyle in Mount Victoria this week to announce the Albanese government is partnering with the Minns government to fully fund and deliver the reconstruction of the Mitchells Causeway. Since March, when the Great Western Highway closed at Victoria Pass after serious subsidence of the 194-year-old convict bridge, there's been profound impact on our local communities. Our $100 million commitment, matched by the New South Wales Government, will build a new, stable and secure bridge deck that will sit above the convict bridge. Effectively, we're building a bridge above a bridge. We're not just rebuilding the Mitchells Causeway, but expanding it and building back better with an extra passing lane climbing up the hill eastbound. This extra lane will give cars the freedom to navigate around slow-moving trucks and make the climb safer for all users. We saw the work already underway, and the priority is getting 2 lanes open to allow families, essential workers, freight operators, tourist operators and visitors to again use this vital corridor with the extra lane to follow. I want to thank the workers on this difficult site. We're wishing you good weather and safe work to get the job done. Deputy Speaker, Macquarie is one of the most disaster-prone electorates in Australia. We flood, we experience storms and landslips and bushfires like the 2013 bushfire that took my home and the 2019-20 fires that caused so much loss and damage. I joined the Emergency Management Minister this week to get the message out that, like always, it's time to prepare ourselves, our homes and our properties. We all know what that means: clearing vegetation around homes and clearing gutters out and discussing plans with family members so everyone knows what to do if a fire comes close. It's particularly important if you're new to the Blue Mountains or the Hawkesbury in those bushfire-prone areas. I'd urge people to use the free Bushfire Resilience Rating app funded by the federal government to assess their home-specific risk and take action to improve their resilience to bushfire. And documenting your actions can result in discounts on insurance premiums. I want people to know that the National Aerial Firefighting Fleet that we've invested heavily in will be on hand, with many of the fleet calling Richmond RAF Base home. And we know our dedicated rural fire brigades have their get-ready weekends coming up in September. I particularly want to give a shout out to 6 RFS volunteers who are currently lending their expertise to the North American fire effort, 3 each from the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. We look forward to seeing them home safely when their work is done.
I thank the member. I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the House on the ongoing campaign to get the extension of the metro line from St Mary's to Tallawong, ending in my electorate of Mitchell at Rouse Hill. I also want to acknowledge the member for Chifley, who has had a serious accident, and I have been in touch with him, and he has, of course, been working on this recently with the community, together with a big rally out in Western Sydney, even though he's had that accident. We do wish him all the very best to his recovery. We share a lot of political views in relation to this. We also have opposing views. It was the coalition Morrison government that said we're going to finally build and have the second Sydney airport, the Nancy Bird Walton Airport, which has laid the platform for the infrastructure that we've needed across Western Sydney and through the northwest. And unfortunately, the member for Chifley opposed the airport. He and the Blacktown Council ran campaigns against it. Myself in Mitchell and the Hills Council ran campaigns for it, understanding it brings tens of thousands of jobs. It'll be a genuinely 24/7 airport to one of the most important cities in Australia, the gateway to the world, the biggest population, the biggest economy. And with that came the Sydney Metro, the world-class, world-leading infrastructure of the Baird government and the Berejiklian government. And we learnt yesterday from the Sydney Morning Herald from Matt O'Sullivan that patronage is a third higher than the forecasts expected. Sydney has embraced the Metro and everything it means in its world-class transportation infrastructure, abandoning their cars, getting onto that Metro and using it now as a definitively Sydney experience. And so when we talk about the extension from St Mary's to Tallawong, this is a critical next step for this metro to be effective, to become like a London, to become like a New York. And I say to the Minns government, the Premier, when coming to office, said Sydney should not get used to this world-class kind of infrastructure. Why not? Premier Baird laid the foundation for the metro to be built by privatising the poles and wires. It was embraced by the electorate at an election. Proper policy put to an electorate, voted in by electorate, delivered by a coalition government. We have the spine of the best world-class metro, I think, anywhere, any city in the world. But each government needs to add its next steps. And if the Minns government, for the time it's in office, doesn't add the next steps of the metro line, we will never get that genuine crisscross that we need across our great city of Sydney to deliver the genuine public transport vision that we all want to see inside our city. So I do thank my friend, the member for Chifley, for embracing this campaign, because he's right. Now, of course, we need the airport to enable it. We disagree on that, but he now believes that the metro line is critical. I share that view with him. We campaign together. Blacktown's working together with the Hills. Of course, we want the metro line. The cost of not acting now on this is so large, because the business case of 40 million will tell you we don't need to see it. If we don't do this now while the airport lines are being constructed and finish the job, it will cost 10 times as much to go back and do it in the future. Let's get on with it. Let's add the next line to Tallawong of the metro.
I thank the member. I call the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Speaker, on 11th of July I was privileged to join members of the 400 Club at Maroubra Beach for their annual charity row, raising funds for the Mark Hughes Foundation and the Kids Cancer Project. The 400 Club is a group of local men and women who meet at Maroubra Beach every Friday at dawn for a workout, a swim and breakfast, promoting fitness and mental health and starting the weekend with a positive mindset. For the second year, the 400 Club have organised a charity row of 33 teams this year, rowing 50 kilometres, raising $265,000 for the Mark Hughes Foundation and Kids Cancer Project, almost doubling last year's amount of $140,000. The 400 Club also hold a sports lunch each year. They've walked the Kokoda track and have so far raised over $1 million for the Mark Hughes Foundation, supporting research and treatment of brain cancer. It was wonderful to see Mark down there at Maroubra on the day to spur on the teams and explain how the funding will help fund better treatment. The 400 Club started, Speaker, with a group of a few mates getting together at Maroubra Beach to train and chat, and it's grown into a wonderful community organisation and mental health organisation. They represent the best of Maroubra, and it's one of the reasons why I'm so proud to represent our community here. Special thanks to Mark Fisher, Damien Sonigo and Owen Finnegan, lifelong mates of mine who put a lot of hard work into organising the event. Congratulations to everyone who rode. Well done to the 400 Club once again. Speaker, I was privileged to join Mascot Public School on the 9th of August for a fundraising breakfast organised by Ma Care Bangladesh in support of breast cancer awareness and research. For 14 years, our local Bangladeshi community has come together to host one of the biggest morning teas in our area, raising money for cancer research, supporting families and strengthening awareness. It's become a remarkable tradition of generosity and community spirit and a celebration of Bangladeshi food and culture. And this year's focus was the Breast Cancer Foundation, and I want to acknowledge everyone who helped make it possible. Breast cancer affects so many families across Australia. Almost all of us know someone who's faced this disease, and we understand the toll that it can take. And that's why the efforts of the Bangladeshi community matter so much, raising awareness, supporting early detection and helping fund research that saves lives. A huge thank you to my good mate Azad Alam and members of the Committee for Ma Care Bangladesh who helped lead the fundraiser, and their amazing volunteers and every family who made it such a success. I want to also thank Mascot Public School for once again hosting and supporting this important community event. Your commitment reflects the very best of the Australian Bangladeshi community, with compassion, with service and a determination to stand with people when they need it most.
I thank the Assistant Minister. I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a true Queenslander and a remarkable public servant, Vince Lester OAM, who passed away this week at the age of 87. For nearly 3 decades, Vince served the people of regional Queensland in the state parliament, representing the electorates of Belyando, Peak Downs and Keppel. He dedicated his life to public service and to improving the lives of the communities he represented. Vince's long parliamentary career from 1974 to 2004 reflected the trust and respect he earned from the people of Central Queensland. While Vince was a proud National Party member, those who knew him understood that he transcended political parties. He was respected across the political divide because of the way he treated people with genuine interest, humility and integrity. I was fortunate enough to know Vince personally, and one of the things I remember most vividly was that he was always carrying a notebook. Wherever he went, whether it was a community event, a meeting, or simply talking with locals, Vince would listen carefully and write things down. He understood that every conversation mattered and every concern deserved attention. But what made Vince special was that those notes were never just notes. He followed up. If someone raised an issue, Vince would pursue it. If someone needed help, Vince would do everything he could to assist. He believed representation was about more than making speeches. It was about listening, acting and delivering for the people who placed their trust in you. That is why he was a real man of the people. He never lost touch with the communities he served, and he never forgot that the public office is a privilege. Whether it was a farmer, a small business owner, a pensioner or a volunteer, Vince treated everyone with the same respect and gave everyone his time. Vince's contribution can be seen across central Queensland, but perhaps his greatest legacy was the example he set for those who followed him in public life. He showed that good representation starts with listening, that relationships matter, and that politics is ultimately about people. I will always be grateful for the encouragement and guidance Vince gave me in the early days of my own political journey. When I first put up my hand as a candidate, Vince was generous with his time, his advice and his experience. He understood the challenges of representing regional Queensland, and he helped me appreciate the importance of staying connected to people on the ground. Even after I was elected as a member of Capricornia, Vince continued to offer quiet support and wise counsel, always reminding me that the job was about serving the community first. On behalf of the people of Capricornia, I extend my sincere condolences to Vince's family and all who loved and admired him. Vince Lester leaves behind a lifetime of service, a reputation for hard work and a legacy of genuine community leadership. He will be greatly missed but fondly remembered. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
I thank the member for Capricornia. I call the member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a lifelong Melburnian, I am acutely aware of just how central the AFL is to our city and our culture. I took my kids to a game just last weekend, and we were one of just many families there cheering on our team, having a kick at half-time. And I've been devastated reading the reports about Victoria Police investigating a report of alleged sexual assault in a Melbourne hotel. Obviously, that investigation is ongoing, and I won't go into details of it. But I do want to add my voice to those making the point that there is a woman at the centre of these allegations. There is a woman's life and a woman's pain and anxiety. And how the AFL responds to this matters. And how those who build our footy culture respond matters. I want my young son and daughter and other young people to see that this institution, which is woven into the heart of our city and our culture, understands that men do not have an entitlement to women's bodies. The reality is that violence against women and children in this country remains at crisis levels. And it is going to take all of us, our sporting institutions, our governments, our business leaders, and our communities to change that. I do want to acknowledge the huge efforts of my good friend and colleague, the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, Jed Carney, as well as the Minister Tanya Plibersek for the work they've been doing travelling the country and consulting on our second action plan to end violence against women and children. We have invested more than any government before to end gender-based violence, but it is clear there is so much more to do. I've been in discussions with women in my community who've shared their experiences of gendered violence and of systems that have failed them, and I've fed this into the work our government is doing. As I said, there is still a mountain of work to go, and it will take every level of government and every level of society to do this. Our commitment as a government to ending violence against women and children remains steadfast. Deputy Speaker, I do also want to highlight an area where we are making women's lives more secure. Women's economic security is advancing under this government. New data shows our gender pay gap is at a record low at 11.3%. When we came to government, that was 14.1%. Women working full-time are now earning on average $325.50 more per week than they were in May 2022. We didn't get here by accident, it's been deliberate policy design, including pay rises for minimum workers, boosted wages in early childhood education and aged care, expanded paid parental leave and superannuation on paid parental leave, and further tax cuts for working Australians. Again, we know we're not done yet, but we are steadily increasing women's economic security, and that is a good thing for Australian women, for Australian families, and for our communities.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga, and I call the member for Cook.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate 7 outstanding local residents of the Cook community on the King's Birthday honours. Mr Christopher McCormack AM of Burraneer has been recognised for service to triathlon and charity. Chris is a life member of the Cronulla Tri Club and is a 2-time Ironman world champion, winning in 2007 and 2010. He's a co-founder of SuperTri. Beyond competition, Chris founded the Mackinac Foundation, co-founded and chairs the Phoenix Foundation. His contribution extends far beyond this sport to our community, and I'll keep fighting, Chris, for you and the whole Cronulla Tri Club to ensure that club gets the best updated and upgraded facilities at Gunnamatta Bay Pavilion with the council. Mr Mark Butterfield, OAM of Cronulla, has given more than 40 years to Cronulla Surf Lifesaving Club, one of the oldest surf lifesaving clubs in the country. He's a life member, remains a junior coach and has served across numerous club committees. He's raised funds for Gotcha for Life, McGrath Foundation, and was a world champion in board paddling in 1990. Congratulations, Malcolm. Mr Peter Sisdall, OAM of Sylvania, has made an enormous contribution to the strata industry. He helped establish Strata Community Association, later serving as its president, gave his time as a pro bono lecturer at Strata Management. He also volunteers as an angel flight pilot, helping people from regional communities travel for specialist medication, logging hundreds of hours of flight. Miss Marion Jones of OAM, known locally as the Cake Lady, has devoted decades to decorative food arts. She's served multiple terms as President of the Cake Decorators Association, led Cake and Sugar Artists of New South Wales for more than a decade, judged state and national competitions, and founded the Cake and Sugar Art Museum in 2001. Mr James Maguire, OAM of Sylvania, has devoted decades to gymnastics and rugby league. He served as President of Gymnastics New South Wales and as a player and coach of renowned United Rugby League Football Club. He's held long-standing roles supporting Junior Rugby League with St George, and he's a life member of both Gymnastics New South Wales and Renowned United. Mr Fergal Malloy, ACM, whose 25-year career with Corrective Services New South Wales has included frontline and specialised security roles, including the Extreme High Risk Escort Unit. His work has helped modernise and standardise security systems across New South Wales Correctional Services and improve safety for staff, inmates and the public. Congratulations, Fergal, and to all members who received these great honours.
I thank the member. I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is one of the most successful multicultural democracies in the world. We are a country that's made stronger by people from different backgrounds, cultures and faiths. And there is nowhere more evident than that in the electorate of Brisbane, where communities continue to inspire through their determination and optimism. Now, while we might not always agree on everything, we should be united by one principle. Every Australian deserves dignity, respect and the opportunity to be themselves and build a good life. That's why the divisive politics that we increasingly hear from One Nation deserves to be called out. Now, there will always be legitimate debates about the challenges we face, but there is a fundamental difference between debates and turning Australians against one another. Too often, One Nation's approach relies on finding someone to blame. Migrants, minorities, people from different faiths are presented as the cause of the problem. Recently, Senator Hanson said people should keep their sexuality behind closed doors when criticising Sydney's Mardi Gras. Brisbane is home to a vibrant and diverse LGBTIQA+ community, and I say to them, be out, be proud and celebrate who you are. Since 1996...
If the member for Brisbane the division has been called in the House, the proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to get to the division. The proceedings will resume in the Federation Chamber at the end of this division and subsequent divisions. And the member for Brisbane in continuation.
Thank you. Since 1996 and up to the present day, Pauline Hanson and One Nation has demonised multicultural communities in a pathetic attempt to sow discord and pit individuals against one another. And as the local member for Brisbane, I have seen firsthand a very different approach. For example, our local Lutwyche Muslim community opens its doors through community barbecues to those who may not follow their faith but who share their values. Deputy Speaker, One Nation's outrage might generate headlines, it might generate anger and it might generate votes, but it doesn't build homes, it doesn't lower power bills and it doesn't create secure paid jobs. And it certainly doesn't deliver accessible and affordable healthcare like our Kelvin Grove Urgent Care Clinic or the Lutwyche Medicare Mental Health Centre. Division is easy, governing is harder. When people in my community of Brisbane struggle with mortgages, are worried about housing affordability and are concerned about the future of their jobs and communities, they need solutions, not scapegoats. So Labor offers a fundamentally different vision. Leadership means confronting challenges without exploiting fear or resentment. It means disagreeing without demonising people, and it means recognising that the words political leaders use matter. They resonate beyond Parliament to our clubs, pubs and workplaces. Responsible leaders should offer hope and a pathway forward, not search for someone to blame. Now, democracy does require disagreement, but there is a big difference between disagreement and division. And there is a difference between leadership based on hope and politics based on fear. Labor chooses hope. Australia should reject the politics of blame and remember a very simple truth. Unity is stronger than division, and my community of Brisbane is a testament to that.
I thank the member for Brisbane. I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the life of Albert Albie Maxwell, OAM, from Woolgoolga. Albie was a true legend of the surf lifesaving community, dedicating more than 70 years of his life to lifesaving and surf boat rowing. Albie was still sweeping surf boats until he was 83 years old. He began at the North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club before becoming a much-loved member of the Woolgoolga Surf Lifesaving Club, where he was presented life memberships for his contributions to the club. For decades, Albie mentored generations of young rowers and lifesavers, and earlier this year, Albie was awarded the Medal of Order of Australia for his service to surf lifesaving, a wonderful recognition of a lifetime of service. He leaves an incredible legacy within Woolgoolga and the surf lifesaving community across Australia. My condolences go to Albie's family. May he rest in peace. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Liza Hamilton, the head of HSIE at Maclean High School, on receiving the prestigious 2026 New South Wales Secretary's Award for Excellent Service. Liza was one of only 9 recipients across New South Wales to receive this award, recognising her outstanding contribution to her students, Maclean High School and our wider community. Throughout her career, Liza has consistently gone above and beyond for her students. She has created incredible opportunities for young people at Maclean High, including interstate, overseas experiences, on-country learning programs, cultural celebrations and community events. This award is a wonderful recognition of time and commitment she has given to generations of students in our community. We're incredibly fortunate to have passionate teachers like Liza working in our regional schools and giving young people opportunities to learn, grow and succeed. Congratulations, Liza, on this outstanding and very well-deserved achievement. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Ray and Helen Donovan and their son Mitch and wife Sophie on the 30th anniversary of Donovan Livestock and Property in South Grafton. Ray and Helen started the business in 1996. For 20 years, Ray and Helen worked alongside farmers, livestock producers, families across the Clarence Valley, conducting weekly livestock sales, cattle sales, clearing sales, horse sales and real estate. In 2017, Mitch and Sophie purchased the business and continued it into its second generation of success. The Donovan family's contribution of 30 years has gone well beyond business, with their ongoing support for local events and charities, and many friendships they've built through their involvement in our community. Congratulations to Ray, Helen, Mitch and Sophie on 30 years.
I thank the member for Page. I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, if you want to feel proud of our country, if you want to feel optimistic about our future, if you need your faith in our democracy renewed, check out the work of the 150 young Australians who have been in our nation's capital this week for the WISE National Youth Parliament. Each young person is in Canberra representing one of Australia's federal electorates as its youth member. They've been in Parliament, they've been down at Old Parliament House, gaining a deeper insight into how our Parliament works, how bills are drafted, debated, passed into law. They've been learning about parliamentary debates, engaging with members of Parliament and ministers, and grappling with real-world policy challenges. I want to thank the Speaker, the Deputy Clerk, the Department of Parliamentary Services staff, former Speaker Tony Smith, and the Y Australia for their work in bringing the National Youth Parliament to life. I was proud to be present for speeches from two outstanding young youth members from Melbourne's West, the youth member for Gellibrand and the youth member for Fraser. Both addressed some of the biggest issues that we are debating in Australia at the moment. The youth member for Gellibrand, Ariane, spoke about Australia's migration system. He spoke about skilled migrants, just like his parents, coming to Australia to contribute to Australia's economy and our way of life. He called for a clearer and more consistent pathway to improve recognition of the valuable skills and qualifications these skilled workers bring to Australia and that we urgently need. Ariane observed that the most recent federal budget already included an $85.2 million investment to reform skills assessments for trades and construction, but he argued that this could be expanded to other sectors, including education, engineering and healthcare. Ariane, I'm pleased to say, had the opportunity to discuss his speech and his ideas with the Minister for Skills, Henry Giles, at the welcome reception for the youth members earlier in this week. Now, the youth member for Fraser, I've had the privilege to have known for many years, and I'm very proud to have seen the way he's grown up to become a leader in our community. Taihan was elected by his peers in the National Youth Parliament to be the Minister for Youth. And in his speech, Taihan spoke about Australian identity and social cohesion. He asked, what makes us Australian? It's not what we look like, it's not where we came from, nor is it the faith that we believe in, because none of these things measure our heart or define who we are. Being Australian is a promise, not a perfect one, but a powerful one. A promise that no matter who you are, you matter. A promise that you can stand on this land with all your difference, still call it home. The fact that I chose to make this country better in every way that I can, choosing unity over division, compassion over fear, and action over apathy. Because we, the diverse young people of this nation, are not just the future of Australia, we are Australia. I couldn't agree more, Taihan. Well done, mate. Ariane and Taihan have shown us that the future for Australia is bright. Our young people are smart, engaged, passionate. They care about the future of our country and they want to play their bit, make their contribution in making it a reality. I'm proud to know that Australia's future is in safe hands.
I thank the member for Gellibrand and call the member for Clare.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak about a crisis that is unfolding in our family court system, the dangerous defunding and under-resourcing of independent children's lawyers, or ICLs. In difficult, often intense family law disputes, particularly those involving domestic violence, abuse and complex trauma, ICLs perform an indispensable role. They represent the child. They give a dedicated, independent, expert voice to the most vulnerable citizens in our nation. They make sure that when life-altering parenting orders and safety protections are made, the child's safety and best interests remain front and centre. Yet right now, as a direct result of federal funding shortfalls under the National Access to Justice Partnership, our legal aid system is reaching breaking point. Lack of funding has meant that Legal Aid New South Wales has been forced to place restrictions on ICL appointments. By the end of this year, ICLs will only be funded for final hearings unless at least one parent is self-represented. If parents are represented, no ICLs, and no ICLs will appear on appeals. Think about that in practice, what it means. When judges and courts are weighing evidence and making orders crucial to the welfare of vulnerable children, those kids will be left without an independent voice and left without an advocate in the courtroom. This is hitting hard in regional New South Wales and right across the Central West. In country areas, domestic violence and family violence, those rates remain unacceptably high, and the need for an independent advocate for regional kids is acute. Over 70% of legally aid-funded work across this state is carried out by private legal practitioners. Out in the regions, local firms like Cheney Southers in Orange have experienced family lawyers, accredited specialists like Alice Burns stepping up onto the ICL panel. But they are being pushed to the brink. They are already practically working pro bono or for free. It is now the federal government's expectation that country lawyers should subsidise the Commonwealth and work for free. Is that what we are asking our lawyers to do? to support these vulnerable children? The independent Mundy Review in 2024 warned of this crisis and made it crystal clear. ICLs require their own dedicated funding, requiring $88 million to keep this vital system and service functioning. The Commonwealth can't treat the safety of vulnerable children as a budget line item to be compromised on. And so I call on the Attorney-General and the Commonwealth Government to urgently step up, meet the funding recommendations of the Mundy Review and restore this dedicated funding for independent children's lawyers. The health and well-being of vulnerable children is at stake, and we can't let them slip through the cracks of an underfunded legal system.
I thank the member. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's the middle of August, and that means one thing in my community, footy finals. And in particular, the Essendon District Football League Junior Grand Finals. Last weekend, Deputy Speaker, 9 clubs from across my electorate played in the EDFL Grand Final day. Of the 35 matches played, 28 of them featured one or both clubs from my community. So, Deputy Speaker, of course I want to celebrate that on the record. Strathmore Football Club took out a whopping 5 of them: the under-12 girls, the under-12 mixed, the under-14 girls and the under-14 mixed, and the under-16 boys in Division 2. Aberfeldy Sports Club won 4 flags across the under-10s mixed, the under-14s mixed, and 2 divisions of under-16 boys. Oak Park Football Club won 3 flags, the under-10 mixed, while making history with the under-12 girls and under-16 girls in Division 3. They became the first junior girls team to win premierships for the club. Maribyrnong Football Club took out the under-12 mixed and the under-16s Division 1. And there were flags for the Moonee Valley FC in the under-10 girls and Essendon Doona Stars in the under-10s and the Tullamarine FC in the under-14 girls. Now, Deputy Speaker, 8 of those grand finals were played between 2 of our own local clubs, which means a fair bit of what I've just read out was another local club's disappointing afternoon. And I'm not going to skip past that point. Ascot Vale Panthers, Airport West Eagles and Avondale Heights Football Club were all runners-up on the day. 2 sides lost by a single point. Aberfeldy beat Moonee Valley 21-20 in the under-10s, and the Essendon Doona Stars went down to St Albans in the under-14s 46-45. If you've ever stood on the boundary line watching an under-13-year-old, or a 13-year-old, I should say, work out what 1 point means, you know exactly how long that drive home was. They played a whole season to get there, though, and that counts, and it's worth celebrating despite the result. And, Deputy Speaker, all of these clubs run on the parents who run the canteen, who volunteer on the sidelines of the ground on the Friday night, the coaches training twice a week after a full day's work, and the committee members chasing sponsorships and making sure the rosters are done. They all play a central role in part of that. As a parent of kids who love their sport, we ride the wave just as much as they do. So to all the parents, the grandparents and the carers who volunteer and keep our local clubs running, thank you for all the incredible work that you do. There's many more finals to be played out across my community, and I look forward to getting down to watch many more of my local clubs lift that silverware. All the very best.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise concerning the government's recent announcement of changes to the National Disaster Recovery Arrangements. And this was unfortunately done late on a Friday afternoon on the 6th of June. And this came about from the Colvin Review by Andrew Colvin, an eminent Australian, in fact, one who played a prominent role during the Black Summer. In fact, he helped me while I was Emergency Services Minister in that recovery process. And he undertook a review of the arrangements with the states, and they have become too complex. And my only criticism of the Minister is that before engaging with the states in a constructive way, in reviewing those arrangements, the Minister announced a 50-50 cut. of those funding arrangements, which is a significant change from what had been done previously. Instead of working collaboratively with the states in understanding the fit-for-purpose nature of some of those programs that are provided, in fact, the federal government provides 80% of some of those, right down to 50%. And when you take into the weighting of it, some of those states will, in fact, now be getting less than 50%. Some are getting, in my home state, like Queensland, around 64% of federal funding from those arrangements. So it would have been wiser to engage with state governments rather than getting their backs up straight away, to constructively work through a fit-for-purpose model that does have disaster recovery arrangements that are nationally consistent, because that has been a challenge. And so I asked the Minister to continue on that journey. But also the Minister must understand that she's considering lifting the thresholds of which disaster recovery arrangements start. At the moment, that's around $240,000. They are asking the states to lift that to over $2 million. So to put that in perspective, in Maranoa, in little regional councils that I have, where some have a rate base of less than $1 million, to actually have to come up with $2 million before you even get any state or federal funding is impossible. And so therefore what we need to do is get back to first principle. First principle is that this has always been a bilateral agreement between state and federal government, and it should remain that. Local government should never have to pay that. It should be an arrangement where the state and federal government now sit down and work this out. But I asked the Minister to also consider bringing some competitiveness into the tender process, particularly for outback communities, mine up in Birdsville, whereby roads that are on the South Australian side, like the Birdsville track, the inside track, the Cadilla access road, actually waits on someone from Adelaide to come up 1,000 kilometres to fix it, to be able to give access to Birdsville, who's less than 10 kilometres from the South Australian border. What we need to do is have a competitive process where local councils can actually engage and tender to actually fix those roads. That is what these negotiations should also include, because if we don't have that, we are seeing the perverse outcomes for places like Birdsville now, where the tourists from South Australia aren't coming. So I asked the Minister to include that in her negotiations.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the volunteers of the Brighton community who were recognised at the 2026 Brighton Community Volunteer Awards held during National Volunteers Week. Volunteers are the backbone of our community. They give their time, their energy and skills, not because they have to, but because they care about the people and places around them. I want to congratulate all of this year's award recipients and nominees for their contribution to the Brighton community. The Under One Rainbow Community Event of the Year was recognised for its annual Christmas Family Fun Day in Gagebook, which brings together more than 500 people for a wonderful day of food hampers, toys, family activities and entertainment. Under One Rainbow was founded in 2013 by mother and son, Sonia and Michael Williams.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The Assistant Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Are there any... Assistant Minister in continuation.
Yeah, thank you. One Rainbow... Sorry, let me start again. Under One Rainbow was founded in 2013 by mother and son Sonia and Michael Williams with a simple but powerful goal: to promote inclusion and ensure that people are not discriminated against because of their race, religion or sexuality. It is a terrific example of what can happen when a community comes together to support one another. The Young Volunteer of the Year award was jointly presented to Jack Triffett and Olivia Imms. Jack was recognised for his advocacy through the Brighton Youth Action Group, including work that helped achieve the reinstatement of a local bus service that was vital to help students to get to school. Jack's work is a fantastic example of the power young people can have when they speak up about the issues that matter to them and their community. Olivia was recognised for her volunteer work with Brighton Bowls and Community Club and Meals on Wheels Tasmania, including fundraising through recycling initiatives to support vulnerable members of the community. The Community Volunteer of the Year was Rosie Engler, a member of the Cafe Connections who has spent many years supporting community groups, events and initiatives across Brighton. Her most prominent involvements include Cafe Connections, a local community group that focuses on social engagement and support, the 1000 Hearts Project. This initiative involves hand-making pocket-sized felt hearts to give to people experiencing difficult times. Rosie has made hundreds of felt hearts and teddies to help heal emotional scars for affected community members right across Tasmania. I also want to acknowledge Moira Davidson, who spoke at the event and shared her own story about what inspires people to volunteer. Moira spoke about the influence of her father and the fact that she herself has now made an enormous contribution, including helping establish the Brighton Community Christmas Celebrations Committee, which has grown from a single, simple community idea into an important annual event. Her message was a powerful one. No single person should carry the responsibility for a community vision alone. Real change happens when people come together and share the same passion. That is exactly what we see in Brighton, and I congratulate all of the recipients.
I thank the Assistant Minister. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. When the 2021 census was conducted across the 12 local government areas I now represent, there were 4,627 veterans, people who ticked the box to say that they have served this country in either the Australian Army, the Royal Australian Air Force or the Royal Australian Navy. And to those men and women, I say thank you for your service. I'm sure that that number from the census just conducted would now be much higher. And we owe those veterans a debt of gratitude. And I know that those veterans feel very betrayed. They feel very let down by the fact that this government has put in place in the May budget a cap on their allied health services of $5,000. Now, this limits their ability to access vital physiotherapy, important psychological sessions for their mental health. Now, not every veteran is broken, but I know when the Royal Commission came through Wagga Wagga, looking into veterans and defence suicides, it heard some harrowing stories. And we owe it to those veterans, those ones who gave evidence at Wagga Wagga at the Royal Commission and right across the country, to do better, to do much better than what is being done for them now with this terrible cap, this cap which limits their access. And I stand here in this constituency statement for the likes of Dean Pavitt, a former soldier who is now an amputee, and he gave service to this country. He was injured in training at Kapuka, and he now bears the very real and genuine scars from that service, both in his mental health, and he has allowed me to say that, but also, obviously, with the loss of part of his leg. And how can he be expected to get by with $5,000 limit on the physical and the mental help that he so desperately needs and seeks? And he's a good man. And like all of those veterans, those more than 500,000 veterans across this nation, the minister has to make sure that this cap is scrapped. And if the Prime Minister doesn't scrap the cap, then the minister, quite frankly, needs to be ashamed of himself, because he's gone along with what the department has told him. It wasn't in the Royal Commission's 122 findings, it wasn't in their recommendations, and it is just such an impost, such a burden, such anxiety on our veterans who deserve better, lest we forget.
I thank the member. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, just the other day I had the privilege and joy of standing on the new Fremantle traffic bridge under construction and be part of an announcement with the WA Government colleagues that this momentous project will be completed before Christmas, substantially earlier than expected. This new bridge, the most significant piece of connective infrastructure to be delivered in Freo in my lifetime, is being delivered with the support, engagement and input of the broader community on both sides of the Swan River. Indeed, it's a project that we've worked towards since my time as Deputy Mayor back in 2011. In the city's Freo 2029 Transformational Moves document, we identified the new bridge at that time as a key objective to be achieved by the bicentenary of colonial settlement. As part of the Albanese government, I'm very proud to have helped deliver $215 million in federal funding to see this transformational move achieved 3 years early. It's an outcome the entire community has sought and the entire community has enabled, both in the design and construction phases, but especially during the last 6 months when we lost one of our 2 points of river crossing, putting enormous pressure on traffic and impacting local businesses. I want to pay credit to the WA Government and the Freo and East Freo local governments for how the traffic issues have been managed. I want to give huge credit to the way our entire community stepped up to the challenge, made sensible alternative arrangements where possible, showed flexibility and forbearance for the delays that couldn't be avoided, and made sure to support our local businesses more than ever. Deputy Speaker, the new bridge is and will be an understated, functional and elegant first-of-a-kind span across the Swan River, bringing 21st century design excellence to join a harbour landscape that has been a meeting place for the Whadjuk Noongar people for thousands of years. It will deliver smoother and safer passage for the vehicle and bicycle traffic above and for the watercraft below. And the biggest difference will be for people walking and cycling, with generous lane width pathways on both sides instead of the single cramped strip that previously meant a cyclist and pedestrian couldn't pass one another. As someone who's crossed the bridge thousands of times at almost every hour of the day in the past, I can tell you this new bridge will be a revelation. But beyond its function, the new old bridge will also make a contribution to the quality and character of an incredible landscape, a place with great bones and layers of history where the Swan coastal plain meets the Indian Ocean coast, where the river meets the sea, a portscape of red cranes and massive ships with a silvery upturned dinghy of the Maritime Museum at one end and the rainbow sculpture of sea containers at the other. What is most distinctive about Freo is our capacity to imagine and embrace positive change that meets the test we rightly apply out of respect for the special character of the place we share. The new old Fremantle Bridge will bring a generational example of how we achieve that together to our community.
I thank the Assistant Minister. In accordance with the Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Melbourne.
Speak in support of the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. The heart of this bill is about a simple commitment. When government makes a decision that affects someone's life, there should be a fair and independent way to review that decision. That principle is central to a healthy democracy. Australians expect government decisions to be made fairly, according to law and subject to independent review when they are challenged. Strengthening the way government decisions are reviewed is one of the ways we make government better. It helps identify mistakes, improve decision-making and strengthen trust that the government is working in the interest of the people it serves. People should know there is an independent body that can step in and consider whether a decision has been made correctly. This concerns led the Albanese Labor government to abolish the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the AAT, and establish the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, in its place. When Labor came to government, confidence in the AAT had been badly damaged. For too long, appointments had become associated with political connections rather than public confidence. Australians rightly expected organisations implementing vital public functions to be independent, professional and trusted. The Albanese Labor government acted. We established the ART, introducing a new merit-based appointments process and returning integrity to federal review processes. But the government did more than create a new tribunal. We also made sure it had the people, systems and support it needed to do its job properly. That included bringing in more members, improving how cases are managed and helping resolve matters earlier where possible. The ART now considers decisions made under hundreds of Commonwealth laws. Every day, it helps Australians who have experienced a decision they don't agree with and want it reviewed. These reforms were about far more than just changing a name. They were about restoring trust. Trust that the government decisions are being examined by a body that is independent, capable and focused on getting things right. Bodies like the ART play an important role in our democracy. They provide an avenue for people who believe a decision may be wrong. They help decision makers improve the quality of their work and they help identify issues in the system so government can learn and improve. This bill continues that work. Creating the ART was part of a wider effort to rebuild trust in government and make sure important public institutions are working in the way Australians expect. The Albanese Labor government believes fairness and efficiency must go hand in hand. A process should be fair, but it also should be timely because people deserve both. One of the reasons I feel strongly about this issue comes from a conversation I had with a close friend before I entered Parliament. This friend never really trusted government, no matter who was in power. She always asked the same question: who holds government accountable when decisions affecting people's lives? Looking back, she was really talking about accountability. She wanted to know there was somewhere people could turn when a government decision seemed wrong. Most people do not think about tribunals or review bodies in their daily life, but they do want to know there is an independent process available when something goes wrong. The reforms in this bill support this goal. They give the tribunal the tools it needs to deliver fair and timely outcomes, because reform cannot be a set and forget exercise. No system stays exactly the same forever. The number of cases change, community expectations change, new challenges emerge. Good government continues looking for ways to improve public systems and how people experience them. Since the ART commenced operating in 2024, the government has continued working to improve how cases are managed, reduce needless complications and help the tribunal focus its resources where they are needed most. This bill contains a range of practical amendments designed to improve efficiency, strengthen process and support the tribunal in managing growing workloads. Because delays have real consequences. When people are waiting for an outcome, uncertainty affects their lives. Family plans are put on hold, businesses delay decisions, individuals are left wondering what comes next. One of the changes in the bill gives the tribunal greater flexibility in providing reasons for decisions. In some cases, reasons may be delivered orally, while applications Applicants will continue to have the ability to request written reasons when needed. This is practical reform. Not every matter requires the same level of process. Not every matter requires the same use of resources. These amendments allow tribunal members to focus more time on resolving matters and less time on clerical obligations that may not always be necessary. That means better use of resources and quicker outcomes for people waiting for decisions. Importantly, the government has taken a balanced approach because we recognise that some types of decisions require different considerations. Areas including social security, NDIS, veteran matters and aged care matters can involve very personal and complex circumstances. The government has been careful to improve efficiency while maintaining appropriate safeguards, because speed should never come at the expense of getting the process right. As a proud Labor government, we believe Australians deserve both. The bill also includes measures to improve migration review processes. Applicants will need to provide information in a standard way. This is good for people using the system, and it helps create a process that is more responsive and effective. The bill before the House takes a real-world approach. It does not remove people's right to seek review. Instead, it helps the systems work better, reduce preventable delays and support timely decisions for people who are waiting for answers. Speaker, during my career before becoming to the Parliament, I spent many years running a small business. Running a small business taught me that delays have consequences. Plans get put on hold, opportunities can be missed, time that could be spent growing a business ends up being spent chasing answers. Government decision-making is obviously different from running a business, but the lesson is still much the same. People need timely decisions as they can plan for the future. The same principle applies here. People engaging with government's processes should not be held up with unnecessary delays. They should not be dealing with avoidable obstacles. They should be able to understand the process and receive an answer within a reasonable timeframe. That is exactly what this bill seeks to support. The bill also introduced identity checks requirements for certain migration and protection review matters. This is a sensible measure aimed at supporting the growing demands on the ART. Australians expect government systems to operate with integrity. They also expect safeguards that support public trust and help ensure the process is being used appropriately. The legislation also recognises that people have different circumstances and maintains mechanisms that allow individual situations to be considered appropriately. Strong institutions need to be trusted. That means applying the rules consistently and treating people properly. As we debate this legislation, it is important to remember that these processes are ultimately about people. Every application has a human story behind it. Every decision affects somebody's life. Every outcome can shape somebody's future. When the Albanese Labor government replaced the AAT with the ART, ensuring an independent and fair process was at the heart of that reform. We see the importance of that every week in electoral offices. Behind every application is someone trying to get on with their life. In an electorate office, every case is different. Sometimes it's family hoping to be reunited after years apart. Sometimes it's somebody who has worked and studied in Australia for years and is waiting for certainty about what comes next. Other times it is somebody simply trying to understand where they stand after navigating a complicated process. Whatever the circumstances, most people are not looking for special treatment. They want a clear process. They want the opportunity to put forward their case, and they want an answer within a reasonable timeframe. In my seat of Melbourne, we regularly speak with people seeking certainty about their future, reconnecting with loved ones, building careers, studying and working and contributing to our community. One constituent whose story I want to highlight came to Australia in 2013, hoping to build a future through study and work. Instead, they spent more than a decade living with uncertainty about their immigration status. Their case moved through Australia's migration system for many years, including a process that stretched from 2020 until a final decision was made in 2025. During that time, major life decisions were put on hold while they waited for certainty about what their future would hold. Their experience highlights the value of independent scrutiny for government decisions.
I interrupt the member. Division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the divisions. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Member for Melbourne in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. Government decisions should be able to be examined independently and according to the law. But getting the right outcomes is only part of the story. Timing matters too. Nobody should be left waiting for an answer while uncertainty hangs over every part of their life. A system that is accessible, efficient and easy for people to navigate helps deliver outcomes sooner and gives people greater certainty about their future. Stories like these remind us what this work is ultimately designed to achieve: to support a system that makes sure decisions can be checked independently and that people have somewhere to turn when something appears to have gone wrong. The Albanese Labor government has made restoring trust in public institutions a priority. When restoring integrity to federal review processes established the we restored integrity to federal review process, established the ART and introduced a merit-based appointments process. We also brought back the Administrative Review Council and put in place stronger oversights to help keep the system independent, accountable and effective. This government has not been afraid to make major changes where change is needed. Replacing the AAT with the ART required significant reform. This bill continues that work by ensuring the system remains effective, practical and responsive. Good government involves more than making decisions. It requires accountability for those decisions. It requires devices to examine them when concerns are raised, and it requires institutions that continue to earn the trust of the people they serve. Most Australians will never spend time thinking about the tribunal. In fact, most people hope they never need to. But when they do need it, it matters that the system works. It matters that decisions can be looked at independently. It matters that people receive an answer in a reasonable timeframe. And it matters that Australians can have faith that government decisions are being properly scrutinised. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government believes Australians deserve institutions that are trusted, effective and fair. This legislation helps deliver that outcome. It builds on the important reforms already undertaken by this government, strengthens a key institution within our democracy and helps ensure Australians can continue to have confidence that decisions affecting their lives can be made independently. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Melbourne. The question is that this bill be agreed to. I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill amends the Administrative Review Tribunal Act and the Migration Act across 12 parts. And most of it is uncontroversial housekeeping. It lets registrars correct obvious errors in tribunal orders. It pauses document deadlines over the Christmas period. It confirms the President sits across every jurisdictional area. It adds a consultation step before non-judicial members are reappointed, and it fixes an unintended gap in the timeframe for taxation review applications. And none of that troubles me. But three parts of the bill go further than housekeeping and reshape how migration and protection matters are decided. The bill would let the tribunal give its reasons for decisions orally rather than in writing, with a written statement provided only if a party asks for one within a set window. The bill would allow registrars, not tribunal members, to dismiss an application outright if they judge it has no reasonable prospects of success. And it would introduce new identity verification requirements for migration and protection applicants with mandatory dismissal for non-compliance. The detail of that requirement is left entirely to regulations that do not yet exist. And it's these three measures, oral reasons, registrar dismissal powers and identity verification, that I want to focus on today. I want to start by acknowledging that the Administrative Review Tribunal is under real and growing strain. As at 31 May this year, the Tribunal's Protection Division, which conducts independent merits reviews of decisions made by the Department of Home Affairs to refuse or cancel protection, that is refugee visas in Australia,
had an active caseload of more than 37,000 cases, with a median time to finalise them of 155 weeks, or about 3 years. The Federal Circuit and Family Court's protection caseload sits at over 16,000 cases, with some matters not due for a first hearing until 2029. Migration and protection lodgements now make up 78% of the Tribunal's total caseload, up from 60% less than a decade ago. The Federal Circuit and Family Court has seen a 116% increase in migration filings since 2022-23, and migration matters now represent 75% of all its non-family law work. Now, nobody in this place should pretend that those numbers are acceptable, not to the taxpayer paying for a backlog that grows every year, nor to the applicant whose life is on hold because of that backlog. So I support efficiency and the timely processing of protection claims. But here is where I part ways with the government's approach in this bill. The backlog shouldn't be fixed by quietly stripping back protections that exist for good reason, because of how much can be at stake for the people making these applications. You don't solve a 3-year queue by removing the right to a proper hearing. And you don't protect the integrity of the system by imposing an identity check that many genuine protection visa applicants, including people who are stateless or who fled without the chance to bring any documents with them, will simply have no way of satisfying. This bill, in its current form, risks undermining the effectiveness and integrity of the merits review system, creating additional burdens for applicants while weakening transparency and accountability. Take the oral reasons provision. Under this bill, the Tribunal could deliver its reasons orally, with written reasons provided only if a party specifically requests them within a set period. For most Commonwealth matters, that might be a reasonable efficiency measure. But as the Refugee Council pointed out in its submission to the Senate Committee inquiry into this bill, protection visa applicants face particular barriers. Many have experienced trauma, persecution or torture that affects their ability to recollect and process complex information. Many rely on interpreters. Many have limited familiarity with Australian legal processes and, understandably, limited trust in government authorities after fleeing authoritarian rule. It's not an efficiency improvement to ask a person in that position to correctly understand in real time through an interpreter that they must lodge a formal request for written reasons within 14 days or lose the ability to properly understand and challenge a decision that could return them to persecution or even death. That is a transfer of risk from the tribunal onto the person least equipped to carry it. Almost 2/3 of applicants are unrepresented at merits review. The Law Council noted that once you add the 14 days to request written reasons to the further 14 days the tribunal may take to provide them, an applicant is left with barely a week of the 35-day judicial review window to actually prepare and file an application. This means most people will be forced to seek judicial review without ever having seen the reasons for the decision they're challenging. Tellingly, the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee saw this too. While the committee recommended the bill be passed, it could not wave through the oral reasons scheme without qualification. The committee recommended that applicants who receive oral reasons be given clear written notice of the time limits for requesting written reasons and for judicial review, and that the tribunal act as expeditiously as possible when reasons are requested. Now, when a committee that's recommending you pass a bill still feels the need to build a safety rail around one of its central measures, that's the Parliament telling the government the measure is not yet right. The same pattern shows up with the expanded registrar dismissal powers. This bill would allow registrars, not tribunal members, but administrative staff who do not go through the same merits-based independent appointment process to dismiss an application entirely if they judge it has no reasonable prospect of success. This goes beyond a procedural function. It's a substantive judgment requiring exactly the expertise and independence that the merits review system has until now reserved for tribunal members. Vulnerable, unrepresented applicants may be incorrectly assessed as having no reasonable prospects simply because they lack the legal skill to properly articulate a genuine claim in writing. Many would never even know they had the right to request their dismissed application be reinstated, that is, their review rights restored, as proposed in this bill. Then there's identity verification. This is the part of the bill about which we know the least. The bill would allow mandatory dismissal of an application if an applicant cannot satisfy an identity verification requirement, with the entire substance of that requirement left to regulations that do not yet exist. Departmental officials were unable to tell the Senate committee how this requirement would work in practice, only that it will be worked through. Now, we should not be legislating mandatory dismissal powers first and figuring out the safeguards for stateless and undocumented people afterwards. I want to speak directly now about the voice of Grandmothers for Refugees in Curtin, a group in my own electorate, women who I know well, who give their time to advocate for people seeking safety in this country. In their submission to the committee, they raise the very same concerns I've outlined here, that oral reasons risk creating additional burdens because applicants must first know and understand that they even have a right to request a written decision, that the extension of registrar powers risks weakening procedural safeguards for protection visa applicants because assessing whether an application has no reasonable prospects of success is not a procedural function but one that requires the expertise and independent decision-making of tribunal members, and automatic dismissal for non-compliance with identity verification requirements risks weakening those same safeguards still further. Grandmothers for Refugees Curtin has seen firsthand the human cost of a broken review system. The fast-track process and the Immigration Assessment Authority that sat within it was introduced in 2014 and was, by the time it was finally abolished in October 2024, widely regarded as one of the most unfair chapters in this country's asylum history. It was a system that stripped back procedural safeguards in the name of speed and left a legacy of harm that is still being addressed today. When Grandmothers for Refugees Curtin identifies that this bill risks repeating those mistakes, I take that seriously, and the House should too. I do not oppose efficiency. I do not oppose a tribunal that resolves matters faster, but international experience set out in the 2024 Caldor Centre brief shows that fairness can enhance efficiency. Investing in early legal assistance and well-designed case triage, rather than stripping back rights, can speed up asylum processing. That's the model this government should be pursuing. Instead, this bill asks traumatised, unrepresented people to navigate tighter deadlines with less written information, permits registrars to make substantive judgments on claims without the safeguards that should accompany that responsibility, and asks this Parliament to hand over identity verification powers before anyone can explain how they'll actually work. There's something troubling in the logic of the committee that the committee itself uses to justify this bill. At paragraph 2.59 of its report, the committee notes its concern that unscrupulous individuals engaging with merits and judicial review may be deliberately providing incorrect or fraudulent advice to applicants, and identified maintaining the integrity of the review system as a legitimate reason for this bill. But look at what those measures actually do. Tighten deadlines for written reasons, or tighter deadlines for written reasons don't touch those unscrupulous individuals. They fall on the applicant who didn't understand the deadline. Registrar dismissal powers don't touch those unscrupulous individuals. They fall on the applicant whose case is wrongly assessed. And mandatory identity verification doesn't touch those unscrupulous individuals. It falls on the applicant who cannot produce a document. The committee justified this bill in part by the conduct of people who prey on applicants, yet every consequence contained in this part of the bill lands on the applicants themselves. I'm pleased to second the second reading amendment moved by the member for Kooyong. It doesn't decline the bill a second reading. It asks this House to notice 3 things about this bill, and it asks the government to fix them. The first concerns a matter of consistency. This Parliament has already accepted that oral reasons are not always appropriate in every jurisdictional area. The bill itself carves out social security matters, veterans' entitlements matters, aged care matters and NDIS matters from the oral reasons discretion. Protection visa matters are not carved out. So we've arrived at a position where the Parliament considers a written statement of reasons indispensable when the question is a person's aged care package, but dispensable when the question is whether a person is returned to a country where they may face persecution. I cannot reconcile those two propositions, and I don't believe the government can either. The amendment asks that protection matters be exempted from the oral reasons provision in Part 10, consistent with those 4 other jurisdictional areas. The second concerns who exercises the dismissal power. Under Part 1, a registrar may dismiss an application on the subjective grounds that it has no reasonable prospects of success. This is a function that has until now been reserved to tribunal members. Registrars are not required to hold legal qualifications. The amendment asks the power to be restricted to tribunal members, or in the alternative, that any registrar exercising it hold appropriate legal qualifications and consult a senior member before dismissing a protection visa application. This is the same bar that's applied to every other substantive judgment in the merits review system. The third concerns identity. The amendment notes that the bill imposes a mandatory identity verification requirement without prescribing in the bill itself the criteria or safeguards that will apply. Many protection applicants are stateless, many are undocumented. The amendment asks that the framework in Part 12 cannot result in the mandatory dismissal of a protection visa application without the applicant first being given notice and a reasonable opportunity to respond. These are modest, targeted requests which will not prevent this tribunal from working faster. I welcome the opportunity to work with the government on these amendments to address the genuine resourcing crisis at the tribunal without asking the most vulnerable people in our migration system to bear the cost of that fix. Efficiency and natural justice are not in conflict. This bill, as it stands, treats them as if they were.
I thank the member, and the original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. The foundation of any good democracy is the right of citizens to have review by government decisions and decisions of government departments. It's been a hallmark of the Australian system of government for the past century that Australian citizens have the right to have decisions of government departments and indeed of government officials, including ministers, reviewed by an independent body. And that is why our government established the Administrative Review Tribunal, to ensure that members of the community have an avenue to seek review of government decisions in a way that is effective, efficient and fair. The Federal Circuit and Family Court also plays a critical role in hearing and determining judicial review applications of certain administrative decisions. But the scale of demand on these systems has grown dramatically. As at June 30, 2026, the Administrative Review Tribunal had 133,749 applications on hand. That's a 19% increase on the previous financial year. In 24-25, the Tribunal had 112,591 cases on hand, which itself represented a 54% increase from the year before and was higher than any reporting year under the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Of the 133,749 matters currently on hand, 118,358 of these matters are migration and protection reviews. That's 88% of the entire caseload of the Administrative Review Tribunal is taken up by one specific element of administrative review. That's a 19% increase on the previous year, when the Tribunal had 99,462 migration and protection matters on hand. And again, at that time, it represented 88% of the caseload of the Tribunal. So that's a huge increase in the number of migration and protection applications that are being assessed by the Administrative Review Tribunal. Basically, all the work of the commissioners and reviewers is concentrated on migration matters. And that surge has downstream consequences. In the Federal Circuit and Family Court, there were 7,503 lodgements of migration matters in 2024-25. Again, a 116% increase on 22-23. Speaker, these numbers aren't abstract. They reflect real pressure on the review system. The migration and protection caseload is not only large, it is structurally challenging. When applicants seek merits or judicial review of a visa decision, they're entitled to a bridging visa that allows them to remain in Australia until proceedings are completed. Long wait times for review of protection and migration decisions can therefore incentivise unmeritorious applications lodged not to challenge a decision but to extend a stay. As an example, it's not uncommon for someone to come to Australia on a visitor's visa. The validity of the visitor's visa might be 6 months, but they get here, they claim protection under the system. It might take 18 months to 2 years for the department to review that protection claim. The protection claim is rejected, and then the person may seek review in the Administrative Review Tribunal. That can take another 3 to 4 years before a decision is made in the ART. So the person's been here up to 6 years. And then after a denial in the Administrative Review Tribunal, the person is entitled to go to the Federal Court and all the way to the High Court if they wish, again taking years. And that can take up to 10 to 11, 12 years. So someone that was meant to be here for 6 months ends up being here for 10 years. And that is clogging up the system. And there needs to be a way to quickly deal with matters in the Administrative Review Tribunal, particularly in the migration and protection space, to ensure that all Australians get access to justice and to review when it's needed. And the data on those migration and protection applications is quite stark. Around 85% of protection visa applications are refused at the primary stage. That is by the department. When a person makes a claim for protection, it's assessed by the department in accordance with the legislation. 85% of those are rejected. Of those who seek merits review, who go to the ART, 90% are unsuccessful. And in the 2024-25 financial year, less than 3% of judicial review appeals of protection decisions were allowed by the courts. That is a system that is under pressure. And that is a system that we cannot ignore as a government if we are going to ensure that all Australians get access in a timely and efficient way to the review of administrative decisions and access to justice. It's a system that must be strengthened to ensure that it remains fair, efficient and credible. And that's exactly what this bill seeks to do. This bill, the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill, contains a number of practical, balanced measures to improve the efficiency of the Administrative Review Tribunal. First, it will allow the Tribunal to give reasons for a decision orally, rather than always requiring written reasons. Now, parties will still be able to request written reasons if they need them, but the ability for a member of the ART to issue an oral reason, particularly quickly, in some cases even on the spot, having heard the evidence and the submissions, being able to issue that decision orally will be a great help in speeding up deciding matters in the ART. It's a straightforward change that ensures members spend their time drafting written reasons only where it is genuinely required. These changes will principally apply to matters in the migration caseload, and that's because migration is the Tribunal's largest on-hand caseload, and significant efficiencies can be achieved by permitting oral reasons in these matters. Importantly, the review of social security matters has been purposely excluded. So social security matters relating to people's pensions, and other government payments will not be the subject of this fast-track process with oral decisions. These matters already have unique review processes, and the reconstituted Administrative Review Council is considering Social Security review processes, and it's appropriate to allow that work to continue. National Disability Insurance Scheme matters, veterans' entitlements and aged care matters have also been excluded from that process of oral reasons, recognising that they often involve complex assessments of fact or other materials. Other areas of review may also be excluded by regulation. This is balanced reform. Applicants who disagree with the decision will still be able to seek written reasons as they consider their appeal options. The bill also requires applications for reviewable migration and protection decisions to be made through a prescribed form. This ensures that applicants provide all the information the tribunal needs up front, avoiding unnecessary chasing of information when the tribunal could be dedicating its efforts to managing cases. There are also several minor efficiency amendments, including clarifying when documents need to be provided and assigning the President to every jurisdictional area, all aimed at ensuring the tribunal can operate smoothly and consistently. These are sensible, practical measures that provide support for a more efficient tribunal without compromising access to justice and fairness. A key part of strengthening the integrity of our review system is ensuring that people engaging with it are who they say they are. So this bill introduces a new requirement for identity verification for applicants seeking merits or judicial review of certain migration and protection decisions. The details of how this verification will operate, the timing and the process, and the practical steps involved will be set out in regulations made under the Migration Act. That means that the Parliament will have full visibility of those regulations. They'll be subject to scrutiny and disallowable if they don't operate as intended. If an applicant doesn't complete the identity verification step in an ART matter, the tribunal will be required to dismiss the application. But importantly, the existing reinstatement powers remain in place. If a matter was dismissed when it shouldn't have been, for example because of a genuine personal circumstance, the tribunal can reinstate it and make further orders to ensure the applicant has a fair opportunity to complete the verification process. For matters before the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia, the approach is different. Applicants who fail to meet the identity verification requirement would need leave of the court to continue their proceeding. If leave is not granted, the court may dismiss the matter. The court also retains the ability to reinstate proceedings that have been dismissed. This difference in approach reflects the constitutional position of the court as a Chapter 3 body exercising the judicial power of the Commonwealth. Courts must retain discretion in how they manage proceedings. That is why the court will also be able to extend the time for completing identity verification or dispense with the requirement entirely where appropriate. Taken together, Speaker, these reforms create a clear and mandatory engagement point between applicants and the review system. They ensure that people seeking review understand what they are doing and that the ART and the court can have confidence that an applicant is genuinely participating in the process. This is a practical integrity measure, a straightforward expectation that supports a more robust merits and judicial review framework while preserving the safeguards and discretion that must exist within our legal system. This bill strengthens the Administrative Review Tribunal. It improves efficiency, protects integrity, ensures that our review systems continue to serve the Australian people with fairness, transparency and accountability. And our government is in the process of continuous improvement of merits review and is committed to ensuring that our institutions work well for the people who rely on them. And these amendments are a practical step towards that goal.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have to disagree with the Assistant Minister as to whether or not this bill strikes the right balance in terms of achieving and ensuring that procedural fairness remains at the heart of the processes around the Administrative Review Tribunal. This bill contains measures that are in some ways sensible and practical, and I support clearer governance within the Administrative Review Tribunal, the correction of obvious errors in registrars' orders and procedural improvements that can help the tribunal manage a demanding caseload. But, and there's a big but, administrative efficiency cannot be pursued by weakening the safeguards that make review meaningful, especially where the decision may determine whether a person remains in Australia safe or is returned to persecution or serious harm. A review system that is quick but wrong is not an efficient system. It's merely fast and then it will produce the next appeal. That is the central concern raised by the Asylum Seekers Centre, the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, the Refugee Council of Australia, the Law Council of Australia and the Kaldor Centre for International Refugee Law, and I share their concerns. The government should improve this bill before pushing it through. In its present form, several measures risk reducing procedural fairness, shifting pressure downstream to the courts, and falling most heavily on the people who can least be able to navigate a complicated system, and by creating yet another technical hurdle. The first major concern in this proposal is to allow tribunal to give its decision and reasons orally, with written reasons supplied only if a party asks for them. The bill preserves, sure, the automatic written reasons for social security, veterans' entitlements, aged care and NDIS matters, yet it doesn't provide the same protection for migration or protection decisions, despite clearly the obvious vulnerability of many of those applicants and the potentially life-altering consequences. So we're getting two tiers or two standards of justice here through this tribunal now. Written reasons are important for anyone who hasn't had to go to court or to be involved in those kind of proceedings or in a tribunal. Written reasons are at the heart of understanding how a decision has been reached, and hearing them orally is simply not the same thing. Written reasons explain what evidence was accepted, what was rejected, what legal test was applied and why the decision was reached. They allow an applicant to understand the outcome, to obtain legal advice specifically, to decide whether there is a proper basis for judicial review, and there's also discipline for the decision maker, and it supports consistency, transparency and public accountability. We will not get that in solely oral reasons. On the proposed migration provisions, an applicant who receives oral reasons generally has 14 days to request written reasons. The tribunal then has up to 14 days to provide them. But the usual period for commencing judicial review is in fact 35 days from the decision. So in the worst case, an applicant may receive written reason only a handful of days left to find a lawyer, understand a complex decision and then prepare a court application for an appeal. The Kaldor Centre's research indicates that almost 2/3 of protection applicants are unrepresented at merits review. If you then add the language barriers that you frequently have, limited understanding of the review process and effects of trauma, and supposedly simple request requirements become a real barrier to justice. The Senate committee recommended clear written notice of the period for requesting reasons and the applicable judicial review deadline, and that requested reasons be provided as quickly as possible. That is a welcome recommendation, but it's, I would say, a pretty minimum standard and safeguard, not a solution. Protection visa matters should be expressly, and I urge the Attorney-General and the government to consider this, protection visa matters should be expressly exempt from oral reasons. At the very least, written reasons should be automatic where the tribunal affirms a refusal or cancellation, i.e. when there is a really significant decision like a refusal or cancellation, where someone's safety, security and circumstances will be immediately impacted, written reasons should be provided. The judicial review clock should not expire before reasons have been provided and the applicant has had a fair opportunity to act. And a handful of days is not a fair opportunity. The second major concern is the proposed identity verification regime for prescribed migration and protection reviews in the tribunal and prescribed judicial review proceedings in the federal court and the family court. Preventing applications lodged without a person's knowledge or consent is a legitimate objective. So is ensuring that applicants engage with their proceedings, but the response must be proportionate to the problem, and Parliament has not been given any evidence needed to judge that proportionality. The bill establishes the consequences of non-compliance, but leaves much of the identity verification scheme to later regulation, including which review matters will be covered and when, where and how identity must be verified. The government has not explained what evidence will be accepted and how applicants without conventional identity documents will be accommodated. Again, I ask you to turn your mind to the most vulnerable applicants in these situations. This is particularly troubling for refugees, stateless people and others who may have fled without a passport or a birth certificate, whose documents were confiscated or destroyed, whose name has been transliterated in different ways, or whose identity has never been recorded through systems comparable to Australia's. How are they to meet these requirements? Identity is not the same thing as possession of an approved document. A procedural failure is not proof of fraud, and an applicant's difficulty satisfying a new administrative process tells us nothing about whether Australia owes that person protection. The government should not proceed with requiring the ART to dismiss a migration or protection review automatically because an applicant has failed to satisfy an identity verification requirement. I want to talk about fairness and efficiency. None of this is an argument for endless delay or for allowing clearly abusive applications to clog the system. I agree. Backlogs harm everyone. They undermine confidence and prolong uncertainty for genuine applicants. Fairness and efficiency are not opponents. Fair procedures improve the quality and finality of decisions. Applicants who understand the process and the reasons for an outcome are better placed to accept it and to seek review only where a genuine legal issue arises. And that's where I'd urge the government to consider that there are clearly two streams of applicants often before the tribunal. You have people coming from nations that we know are not subject to discrimination, that they are not in fear, they're not persecuted. So people coming from OECD countries, from the UK, from trading partners, these are not going to be the same applications. But applicants coming clearly from countries where there are concerns that are clearly identified for the government, I think there should not be the same process. Someone overstaying a tourist visa, trying to stay because they like to work here, someone from the UK, should not be treated as a person vulnerable the same way as a person coming from a very different country with very different risks. An administrative review tribunal was created to be fair, just, accessible and responsive and transparent, and to promote trust and confidence in the administrative review process. Those objectives must remain more than words on a page. We must protect those values. Good administration is not measured simply by how quickly a file is closed, but whether the correct and preferable decision is reached through a process people can understand and trust, and where procedural fairness has been provided. Justice in that sense is the only way that upholds a system and ensures trust. For people seeking Australia's protection, the consequences of error are significant, right? They're profound, they are life-changing, they can put people's lives at risk. Parliament should insist on efficiency and excellence in public administration, but never at the price of justice and safety.
I thank the member for Warringah and I call the Attorney-General.
The purpose of the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 is to enhance the efficiency and responsiveness of the Administrative Review Tribunal and the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia Division 2 to more effectively respond to their significant and increasing caseloads. The bill incorporates several measures that would improve the efficiency of the tribunal. It also introduces a new requirement for the verification of the identity of an application for review of a prescribed reviewable migration or protection decision. In particular, the bill would enable the ART to give reasons for a decision orally in more cases, with written statements of reasons to be given at the request of a party. A written record of a decision will continue to always be provided to parties. These changes will save ART resources in cases where oral reasons are suitable, but will still require written reasons in reviews relating to social security, aged care, veterans' entitlements or the National Disability Insurance Scheme and other prescribed caseloads. The bill would require applicants seeking merits review of a reviewable migration or protection decision to use an approved form when making their application. This avoids the unnecessary chasing of information when the ART could be dedicating its efforts to managing cases. The bill would require applicants seeking merits or judicial review of a prescribed protection or migration decision at the Tribunal and the Federal Circuit and Family Court Division 2 to verify their identity. This will ensure genuine engagement with the review processes for these matters. Applicants in the Tribunal who do not comply with the identity verification requirement would result in the Tribunal being required to dismiss the matter. Applicants who fail to comply with the identity verification requirement in judicial review proceedings would require leave of the court to continue proceedings. Proceedings which are dismissed for failure to comply with the requirement would be able to be reinstated where appropriate. The bill contains a range of other efficiency amendments, including to enable the President of the ART to authorise registrars to exercise additional powers, including to dismiss and reinstate applications in more circumstances, require the government to consider additional advice from the President when considering whether to reappoint an ART member, including in relation to operational needs of the ART, greater flexibility for a salaried tribunal member to become a sessional member or vice versa with appropriate safeguards, and clarify when certain documents need to be provided to the ART and timeframes for seeking review for certain decisions. The bill reflects the ongoing commitment of this government to ensuring the Tribunal and Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia Division 2 procedures and operations are robust and can effectively respond to significant caseload pressures. The measures in the bill will enhance tribunal efficiency, avoid delay and ensure that decisions can be made in an effective and timely manner. In relation to the second reading amendment from the member for Kooyong, the government will not be supporting this amendment. The government maintains that this bill is appropriately balanced and targeted to support a more efficient and effective tribunal.
I thank the Attorney-General. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved in his amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. So I'll put the vote. All those of that opinion say aye. Those no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that the bill now be read a second time. So I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Those no. I think the ayes have it. If no member wishes to consider the bill... Oh, sorry, apologies. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the Administrative Review Tribunal and Judicial Review of Migration Decisions and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report of the question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, the question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At first glance, this bill might appear to deal with matters best left to lawyers, administrators and policy experts. But for the people I represent in Dunkley, these changes have practical consequences. They are about whether a parent can get help when their car needs registering, whether a family can manage back to school costs, whether a person experiencing hardship can have their circumstances properly considered when a debt is being recovered, and whether someone who needs urgent assistance can access it without unnecessary barriers. Fundamentally, these amendments are about ensuring Australians can have confidence that the social security and family support systems they rely on are lawful, fair and fit for purpose. That is why I am pleased to support this bill. Before entering this place, I spent more than 30 years working across the community, corporate, philanthropic sectors, including with organisations such as Anglicare, the MEGT Foundation, Family Life and the Women's Spirit Project. Through that work, I saw the difference a well-designed support system can make to a family under pressure. I also saw how quickly a bureaucratic problem can become a personal crisis for someone already doing it tough. That experience informs the way I approach legislation like this. Behind every payment, debt, review and reconciliation is a person. There is a household budget, a family trying to make ends meet, or a parent getting children to school. That is the real-world context in which we should consider these amendments. This bill continues the Albanese Labor government's work to address legacy, legal and compliance issues in Australia's social security, family assistance and child support systems. Over the last 2 years, the government has passed 4 pieces of legislation dealing with historical issues, many of which existed long before this government was elected. Our responsibility is not to ignore these issues because they are complicated. Our responsibility is to fix them. Through Services Australia's legal compliance and remediation program, substantial work has been undertaken to identify issues, assess their impacts, and determine whether legislative change is required. This bill continues this work. It is largely technical in nature, but technical does not mean unimportant. When we are talking about systems that deliver income support, family payments, childcare assistance and child support to millions of Australians, getting the legislative details right matters. The integrity of these systems depends on laws that reflect how services are actually delivered and on the processes that are lawful, fair and transparent. That principle sits at the centre of this bill. I want to speak particularly about advance payments because they are a good example of how a technical amendment can have a tangible, positive impact on people's lives. Advance payments will allow people receiving income support and family tax benefit to access part of their entitlement as a lump sum and repay it gradually through future payments. For many households, this provides vital flexibility when a large, unavoidable expense arrives. It could be car registration, school expenses, or another essential cost that cannot easily be absorbed into an already stretched budget. This is not a small program. In 2024 to 2025, around 2.7 million advance payments were granted. The bill provides legal certainty for the way Services Australia is administered and ensures existing services delivery arrangements can continue. It also supports access through self-service channels and provides greater flexibility around repayment arrangements. Without these changes, some people could face additional requirements to contact Services Australia by phone or attend a service centre to have an advance payment assessed. Anyone who has worked in the community sector understands what that can mean. It can mean time on hold, arranging transport, taking time away from work or finding childcare, all while trying to manage an urgent financial need. The people who most need flexibility from government are often those with the least flexibility in their lives. This is why maintaining accessible and efficient pathways is so very important. I also welcome the changes relating to mobility allowance advances and the removal of outdated provisions that no longer reflect modern service delivery arrangements. The objective is simple: ensure people can access support when they need it through processes that are fair, practical and lawful. The bill also addresses the review of family tax benefit decisions. under current arrangements, there are circumstances where a decision already under review cannot be altered even when new or previously unconsidered information becomes available. The amendments will allow decisions to be updated so that the Administrative Review Tribunal or Guidance and Appeals Panel can consider the most current information available. A review process should be about reaching the right outcome. If new information becomes available, the system should be capable of responding to it. People should not be disadvantaged because relevant information was not considered earlier. This is a basic principle of fairness. Another important area relates to the use of income information for family tax benefit, childcare subsidy and child support arrangements. The Australian Taxation Office provides pre-issue income information based on a person's self-assessed taxable income before their assessment is finalised. Available evidence shows that this information matches the final tax assessed amount in more than 99% of cases. The amendment allows Services Australia to use this information for relevant reconciliations and assessments without having to wait unnecessarily for final tax assessments. This will help government systems to work together more efficiently and reduce unnecessary delays for families. For families in Dunkley, this matters. Dunkley is home to families with very diverse circumstances. We have parents raising children, older Australians, renters, mortgage holders, casual employees, students and people moving between work and income support. Many are feeling the cost of living pressures. Many know that one unexpected expense can place significant strain on a household budget. The systems that support these families need to reflect that reality. The same principle applies to the childcare subsidy. For many families, access to childcare is what makes participation in work, study and training possible. It is a critical part of Australia's social and economic infrastructure. Ensuring subsidy reconciliations can be completed efficiently using appropriate income information strengthens confidence in the system and helps families navigate it more easily. The Child Support Amendments similarly provide a sound legislative basis for Services Australia to use pre-issue and provisional income information in child support assessments. One of the most important parts of the bill, in my view, is Schedule 6, which deals with family tax benefit debts. This schedule addresses concerns identified by the Administrative Review Tribunal about decisions to use tax refunds to offset family tax benefit debts. The issue was that automated decision-making combined with the absence of merits review processes could result in irreversible debt offset decisions even where people were experiencing hardship. That is something we should take seriously. Technology can make government services more efficient, but efficiency must never come at the expense of fairness. This bill introduces merits review arrangements and creates a mechanism to include certain cohorts from offsetting in hardship circumstances. That is an important improvement. Schedule 7 deals with paid parental leave superannuation. Paid parental leave reflects an important principle that taking time away from paid employment to care for a newborn child should not unnecessarily undermine a person's long-term financial security. The amendments ensure superannuation contributions are calculated correctly, where employer payments are adjusted and ensure employer debt provisions operate as intended. The bill also includes amendments relating to urgent payments. Anyone who has worked directly with people experiencing financial hardship knows that crisis rarely arrives at convenient times. A broken appliance, an unexpected bill, or another urgent expense cannot always wait until the next payment cycle. The social security system must be capable of responding when people need immediate assistance. These amendments align legislation with existing service delivery arrangements and reduce the number of contacts people may need to make to access urgent repayments. That is good administration and a good community service. Every additional barrier in a system disproportionately affects people who are already under pressure. A system that is simpler, more accessible and more responsive is a fairer system. I would like to end by acknowledging the employees of Services Australia who work every day to deliver these services. They are often assist Australians during some of their most challenging periods of their lives. The legislation we pass in this place directly affects their ability to perform that work effectively. We therefore have a responsibility to ensure the rules governing those systems are clear and workable. The changes contained in this bill provide greater certainty for those administering social security, family assistance and child support systems, benefiting both staff and recipients. For me, there is a clear connection between this legislation and the community I represent. Dunkley is a community where people look after one another. It has a proud tradition of volunteering, community service and local organisations supporting those in need. This legislation supports those that are most in need.
I thank the member for Dunkley. The question is the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Member for Mayo. The members for Dunkley, Sturt, Capricornia will be interested to know I'm reading at the moment She Shapes History. It's guided walks and untold stories about great Australian women by Cedar Sargent, available at the Parliamentary gift store and all good bookshops. And it details the struggle and the achievements that women have had being heard in this country. And the member of Sturt might be interested to know that it includes a piece on Mary Lee Bust from North Terrace, not far from her electorate, on August 23rd, 1894. The South Australian Parliament received its largest ever petition. It was over 120 metres long and carrying more than 11,600 signatures. That'd be a lot at the time. And it called for women to be granted the rights of vote. And I know that Australia has a proud, I see the member for Boothby here too, it's not far from her electorate either, has a proud right, has a proud record when it comes to women gaining the vote, as obviously they should have. But this book is relevant to the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Change Number 2 Bill 2026, because when you read in Schedule 1, and I know this bill is very technical, but it means that people can apply for payments online, over the phone or in person. And particularly whilst women are achieving great things in corporate Australia, politics and everything else, they still largely run the household and run the household budgets. And certainly I know that when the government and the Parliament can do anything it can to ease the burden and the compliance and the governance over payments for social security, for family benefits and all that, it does probably help women more so than men. And it can be an essential lifeline for people who find themselves in a difficult situation with urgent bills to pay. And particularly women who may well be faced with a situation, they're single parent, running single parent families. They have difficulty juggling in a cost of living crisis as we lurch towards $1 trillion of national debt, and there is a cost of living crisis, let's face it. Getting across the family assistance benefits and allowing for the automation of those applications for advance payments. And that is why the Coalition is supporting this bill, because the technical aspects of this bill, if it can help those women and the population generally, then it has to be seen to be a good thing. These advance payments can cover emergencies which come up when, as we all know, are least expected in our daily lives. Home repairs that sometimes cause an urgent need and you haven't budgeted for it, when, say, a washing machine or a fridge or some other device needs replacing, unexpected medical costs or purchasing supplies, such as those things needed for a new job, or just getting the children off to school each year, the start of the school year. These proposed changes will now allow, now is the important word in this sentence, requests for advance payments to be made online so people can apply for them when they need them and in a way that best suits their needs. And that is important. And when I refer to a new job, it's sad to see that today the jobless rate has jumped to 4.5%, as 15,800 Australians lose work. The Australian Bureau of Statistics figures show an additional nearly 16,000 fall in employment in the month of July. And when you double that with a cost of living crisis, with national debt soaring, it is no wonder that people are very anxious out there. And so any support that we can give them through technical changes to the Social Security Act, the Family Assistance Act, anything such as that is to be supported. Now, these changes in the first schedule will also support people by introducing more flexibility around their Social Security repayment amounts. If people find that they are in a position to make their repayments faster, they will be able to do so. And so that has to be seen to be a good thing. If they need more time to repay the debt, that can be approved too. And we look at Schedule 2 of the bill, it is going to amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act and the Family Assistance Act so that decisions undergoing a review of the Administrative Review Tribunal can be changed to reflect the most up-to-date information as it becomes available. And that's important because, as this book shows, Australian life has evolved a long way, and we've never seen faster change than the change we've seen just in recent years, with computers becoming faster, with technology changing at an ever quicker pace, with AI coming on board at a rate quicker than probably most of us would like. There are so many hardships in just being able to keep up, and so many compliance measures, and legislation always is far more tardy than indeed the technology changes that society endures. Now, Schedule 2 should expedite decisions that end up at the ART by ensuring that both that tribunal and Services Australia have the most detailed and up-to-date and accurate information on hand when considering appeals. And again, I say that is going to help households, again that is going to help the general populace. Schedule 3 is amending the Family Assistance Acts to ensure the agency can use pre-issue income data from the Australian Tax Office to complete reconciliations of a person's entitlement to a family tax benefit. A shout out here to, would you believe, Assistant Treasurer Molino. I've had a couple of issues lately, not going to go into them because they are personal for the people concerned, but one involved a large establishment in my hometown where the particular organisation had a employee who allegedly stole a large sum of money, and that is before the courts, but it caused tax hardships for the owner. And another instance where the owner of a large tourism firm, one of the great destinations locally, also got into some tax hardship when the person who was doing his tax in another town just wasn't up to date with what needed to be done, and there were some anomalies there that just weren't quite what they should have been, and I sought the assistance of the Assistant Treasurer, and in both instances the business owners were given the grace and given the permission to be able to write their matters. Tax office was happy, they were satisfied, and everybody came out on top. Now, that is what I call good work from a minister, and I just want to make that point because sometimes it's difficult when you are a minister to get everything balanced and everybody happy, but you know, when you've got a minister who's prepared to listen and prepared to ensure that things are done properly, then you get good outcomes, and it really isn't that difficult, quite frankly. Now, the ATO, according to this particular schedule that I referred to earlier, number 3, uses what has been reported by the employer as the income to date to determine what a particular income is. So this is updating and fixing this in a good and proper way. Schedule 4 of the bill will amend the Family Assistance Act to allow the pre-issue income data to be used for childcare subsidy reconciliations. And I heard the member for Dunkley talking about this particular provision, the childcare subsidy reconciliations. Now, Labor will tell you that childcare is much better now than what it was when the Coalition was in government. Now, I appreciate that childcare workers need to be paid at a good and fair rate. I also understand that Labor talks about the availability of or the number of childcare options, but there is a childcare desert in regional Australia. The access and availability of childcare is simply not what it should be, and it simply doesn't equate with what is available in metropolitan Australia. And you know, when a farming group has as its number one, and this is one of the national farming groups, has as its number one priority availability and access to childcare, you know how important an issue this is. And I just look at a town such as Lockhart in my electorate, not a small town. Last year, it had a real problem when a childcare provider closed, and the town looked as though it wasn't going to have access to childcare. And this is an important issue for families, and particularly for women, who are either working or trying to get back into the workforce, and it just has to be available. I know my daughter Georgina has just returned to the workforce, and she has a daughter. It is difficult, you know, to juggle family responsibilities and work responsibilities, and getting your child to childcare, affording the same. And you know, we hear all the time about how wages are going up. And I'm sure the member for Lyne will agree with me, having spoken to her constituents and doing any number, and I commend her of stops, listening posts in her electorate. The number of people who no doubt have told her, as people tell me in my electorate, that real wages are in fact falling, and they are. And this is a real issue, and particularly in those single-parent families where they're just balancing, trying to make things meet. So anything that can be done, and certainly can be done in the childcare space, would be advisable and would be of great assistance. And now, while stakeholders in Schedule 4, while stakeholders support the use of pre-issue income data at a general level, Economic Justice Australia and Single Mother Families Australia, they have raised some concerns about the long-term use of pre-issue income data where it differs from a person's final assessment amount, and that is an issue. I mentioned single mothers before. That is a big issue. I'd strongly encourage the Minister for Social Services and indeed her department to very carefully look at this particular point, because it is absolutely essential and vital that we have correct assessments. A person's final assessment amount should be used as soon as possible to make a determination on their payment entitlement. I know those opposite have gone on about using financial data to retrieve recoveries of amounts big time, and so this is a little area in this which does need looking at, and the Minister and her department should be doing just that. Schedule 5 of the bill is amending the Child Support Act to allow a person's pre-issue income data to be used for child support assessments, and this change is particularly important. Single Mother Families Australia, Relationships Australia and even the Commonwealth Ombudsman are supportive of these changes because getting child support payments right matters. It does matter. Relationships Australia has said that the use of pre-issue income data is helping to address the weaponisation of the child support system by, well, this is the quote, that organisation has said, thwarting a payer's attempts to delay assessment of their tax obligations, close quotes, by ensuring that we have more current and accurate child support assessments. And we know that under the Labor government that unfortunately child support debt has skyrocketed, and it's $2 billion that should be in the pockets of parents and carers to raise children. And we are in a cost of living crisis. I'm not being partisan about that, I'm just being truthful. Australian families are struggling to keep a roof over their heads and put food on the table. And we know that there are parents out there who sometimes, unfortunately, and it's just the way of the world, it's human nature, don't do the right thing. And that has an impact on everything and everyone. Schedule 6 is amending the Family Assistance Act to enable reviews of decisions to use tax refunds to offset family assistance debt such as the family tax benefit. This is good legislation. Coalition is supporting it and we commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Social security in Australia is underpinned by a simple idea that if you fall on hard times, we will be there for you. As Australians, we look after each other because no Australian should feel like help isn't there when they need it. We want Australians who are unemployed to be able to concentrate on looking for secure work. We want single parents to be able to put food on the table for their family. We want students to be able to focus on their studies and complete their qualifications so they can build their careers and contribute to the country. We want new parents to be able to spend precious time with their new baby, but also to be able to continue their career if and when they want, without what used to be called the motherhood penalty. While superannuation has enabled many Australians to enjoy the retirement they want, those retirees with inadequate superannuation or no super at all also need to be supported financially and in terms of the services they need, often increasingly. We are a compassionate country that looks after each other. And while there are those that seek to divide us for their own political gain, it is our compassion and support for each other that Australia finds its strengths, a strength that sets us apart from so many countries around the world. Before coming to this place, I worked in the not-for-profit sector at Vinnie's and at Catherine House. Catherine House works for women experiencing homelessness, and the one thing that people who are homeless have in common is poverty. We always said that for women, this was the perfect storm of gender disadvantage. Many of them were leaving domestic violence relationships or had grown up in a domestic violence household. Older women were often the generation who had had to leave work when they got married or got pregnant. They had little to no superannuation and no savings. After a relationship breakdown, there were often child support issues. And even for younger women, their employment was often affected by gaps in their employment and therefore gaps in their superannuation and career progression as they had children. Australia is there for these people, and Australia is there for those who are down on their luck and doing it tough. And our social security system is about giving a helping hand to vulnerable Australians who aren't able to support themselves at this point. It is about guaranteeing a minimum standard of living, a safety net to catch you when you fall, because you should be able to work hard to get ahead, secure in the knowledge that when life takes a turn, the government will help you. Australia will help you. We're here for each other. Australia's social security is about making sure that Australians are not left behind, because our individual welfare translates to our collective welfare. The Albanese Labor government understands this, and so is absolutely committed to strengthening Australia's social security system. We've increased social security payments through indexation, meaning more than 5 million Australians will see more money in their bank accounts to support the cost of living. And this is on top of the government's $40 a fortnight increase to working age and student payments. From the beginning of this year, around 1 million Australians on the age pension, disability support pension or receiving the carer pension will also have seen an increase in their fortnightly payment, as will those receiving Commonwealth Rent Assistant, Job Seeker, AB Study and the parenting payment. And Australians receiving age pension, disability support pension and the carer payment are set to see asset thresholds lifted, meaning your support payments will not be affected even if you have more assets. The Albanese Labor government increased Commonwealth Rent Assistant by over 50% in 2023 and 24, the first back-to-back increase in Commonwealth Rent Assistance for more than 30 years. This supports over 1.4 million renters. We've also expanded the eligibility requirements for parenting payments single, raising the cut-off age from 8 to 14, and this has benefited 200,000 single parents since 2023. We've increased the family tax benefit through indexation, benefiting 1.2 million families with children, and we've increased the small debt waiver threshold for the first time in 30 years. With indexation, the threshold has increased to $260 and will increase year on year with indexation. This means that Services Australia will no longer spend precious time and government money pursuing Australians already under financial stress for small debts that they may have accidentally incurred. It's also economically inefficient and unviable. The agency is often investing more money recouping funds than they're getting from the debt collection process itself. In 2025-26, 1.2 million debts will have been waived. The Albanese Labor government has made it easier to access special circumstances debt waiver for victim survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence. If victim survivors' debts are the result of coercion or financial abuse, they may be entitled to a debt waiver. This is on top of the government having made the leaving violence payment permanent. That's over $5,000 in financial assistance for people escaping violence and legislated 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave. From the 1st of July this year, the government has extended paid parental leave to 26 weeks. And that means parents can access up to $30,000 during their paid leave or over $1,000 a week. That's 6 months that parents can spend with their new baby during one of the most important periods of their life. 6 months during which parents can create long-lasting memories and important attachment. Because as all parents know, a difficult and distressful, exhausting as this time can be, it's also incredibly rewarding, remarkably fleeting and short-lived. 6 months during which parents can plan for their financial futures and their future in work. Changes to paid parental leave will also mean that the government will now pay 12% contribution to your superannuation, which will significantly help to close the gender gap in retirement savings for those people who, as I said earlier, turned up at Catherine House with so little in their superannuation. Women are disproportionately affected when there's a new baby in the family. We often are the primary caregivers, and women are often forced to give up their careers or hold back their careers or take big gaps in order to care for the new baby. The changes will mean that women can be more financially secure now and into the future, and it's about supporting women who want to be mothers, not penalising them. The Albanese Labor government has invested $183 million in the recent budget into strengthening our child support system because parents and their children should be paid the child support that they're owed. No parent and no child's financial security should be dependent on the whims of an ex-partner deciding whether or not they want to pay their obligated child support. In December 2024, it was reported that the child support debt was around $1.9 billion. That's $1.9 billion that many parents, usually single parents, are struggling without, and their children are going without. This is unfair to the parent and it's unfair to the children, and it's practically criminal. When an ex-partner is able to maliciously weaponise the child support system in order to get one over on the other parent, irrespective of the impact this has on their own children. This government's changes, the biggest changes in the child support system in nearly 20 years, will crack down on this type of financial abuse. It will mean parents have more choice and flexibility in how funds are collected from the other parent. For parents who have private collection arrangements, better protections will be afforded to them. It will mean expanding the use of employer withholding or wage garnishment as the default payment method. It will mean increasing the use of departure prohibition orders so that parents with large debts will be compelled to agree to a payment arrangement before being allowed to travel abroad. It will mean prosecuting individuals who refuse to lodge their tax returns to avoid paying child support. It will mean stronger powers for Services Australia to collect unpaid child support from private collection arrangements when parents decide to change to the agency collect system. These are measures about protecting vulnerable parents and, importantly, the children from financial coercion and manipulation, because parents and children deserve the certainty that they will be paid the funds that they are owed when they are owed. Deputy Speaker, the amendments before us today are largely technical, but they speak further to the government's commitment to strengthening Australia's social safety net. They speak to the government's commitment to making social security more accessible and better able to help Australians in need. Our social security system needs to be robust and fit for purpose. We must protect its integrity as it seeks to protect Australians. The amendments resolve some legacy legal compliance issues found, in example, in advance payments. Advance payments are granted to recipients of income support payments for necessary larger expenses, for example, unexpected medical costs or school expenses. Lump sum payments are issued and the advance payment is recouped in the recipient's future payments. 2.7 million advance payments were granted in 24-25, and these amendments will provide legal certainty to Services Australia administering these advance payments. It will remove outdated requirements that, for example, Service Australia must be satisfied that the repayments for an advance payment won't cause or contribute to the recipient's financial hardship. These amendments will also provide legal certainty for advance payments obtained through self-service channels and give recipients more options to be able to repay their advance payment later. They will ensure that recipients will no longer have to go to a Services Australia office in order to have their application for advance payment assessed and approved. This will reduce long wait times and delays when advance payments are most urgently needed. The amendments will also allow Services Australia to come to their own decision on a support payment, even if there is a case before the Australian Review Tribunal or the Guidance and Appeals Panel. This will save individuals time and money, where a positive determination on an appeal can be made outside of an ART review process. Deputy Speaker, these amendments build on the Albanese government's commitment to strengthening Australia's social security system, a social security system with improved access and better support, a fairer, more transparent and more efficient system, and a robust system with integrity. A social security system that works for Australians and not against them, that reinforces Australia's social guarantee, that when you fall on hard times, we will be there to help you get it back on your feet. We're there for each other and we back each other. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Boothby. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, this bill is described as technical, and in many respects it is. Across 9 schedules, it amends social security, family assistance, paid parental leave, administrative review and child support laws. And I welcome the practical reforms that make the system easier to access, more accurate and more accountable. While this bill presents a positive step forward when it comes to child support, it doesn't unfortunately achieve the systemic reform that is urgently required. Child support is money owed to children. Having been a family law barrister, I have too often seen firsthand the impact of a dispute between parents and how that overflows and impacts the lives of children. It is often weaponised and used by either or both parties. and that is simply wrong. It pays, but child support, we must remember what its purpose is. It's to ensure children are financially supported for all of their essential needs. It pays for rent, for groceries, for school costs, for clothes, and the everyday costs of raising a child. And so when that money is withheld, delayed or manipulated, the consequences are real, and it's the children that bear the brunt. The government's own evidence shows that child support system can be used as a tool for coercion and financial abuse. So yes, we need the administration to be more efficient, but we also need to make sure that families are treated more fairly and children receive the support that they are owed. As a former family law barrister, I've seen firsthand how financial disputes after separation can be used to maintain control. Separation does not always end abuse. Sometimes the abuse simply changes form. A payment becomes a bargaining tool, a tax return is delayed, income is minimised, parent is pressured into private and collect because they fear conflict, and the parent caring for the children is left trying to fill the gap, the financial gap, the real reality of meeting those needs of children. This is why I have repeatedly raised child support reform with the government. The child support system is broken if money owed to children can be used as a threat, a bargaining tool, or a way to maintain control. And there are systemic issues, and they require significant reform. Schedule 1 in this bill amends the Family Assistance Act. It allows greater automation of social security and family tax benefit advances, including online applications and more flexibility around repayments for people experiencing financial hardship. That's a welcome step, and although automation must never remove a human oversight pathway where a decision is complex or risks causing harm. Schedule 2 changes the review process for some social services decisions. This allows certain decisions to be altered within a second, while a second review is before the Administrative Review Tribunal, so new information can be reflected sooner. Schedule 3 and 4 clarifies the use of pre-issue income data from the ATO for family tax benefit and childcare subsidy reconciliations. Now, this would allow Services Australia to use more up-to-date income information before a final tax assessment is issued. That should mean earlier, more accurate calculations and potentially fewer large debts later. But it's really important that provisional information must remain provisional. Final information should replace it promptly with clear review rights. Schedule 5 is my key focus when I look at this bill, because it expands the use of pre-issue income data in child support assessments. It allows the child support registrar to use more current information to determine or vary a parent's adjusted taxable income where a tax return has not yet been formally assessed. One way the child support system can be manipulated is that quite frequently a party will delay lodging tax returns. And by delaying tax returns or withholding accurate income information, it essentially distorts what the assessment for child support payable is. Now, we need to address that issue, because at the moment, if the system is waiting for a final tax assessment while a paying parent delays, the reality is children are waiting too. But it also creates irregularity and ultimately unfairness to the payee parent. Further delay in lodging tax returns and minimisation of income leads much too often to mothers being found to be liable to the ATO and then the Commonwealth for family support overpayment. This is wrong. And the government really needs to pursue the monies owed for any overpayment in relation to the Commonwealth family support payment against the parent owing child support. It should not be pursuing those payments against the payee parent. It's simply wrong. It is an extension of financial abuse. It is essentially systems perpetrated abuse by, ironically, the ATO and the Commonwealth. And we know the scale of the problem. Around $2 billion in child support is unpaid across Australia, owed by around 229,000 parents. Around 83% of recipient parents are women. So unpaid child support overwhelmingly affects women, and ultimately it's the children that go without. And the government's own survey of separated parents should be a wake-up call. Around half of the families in the child support system, including approximately 500,000 children, rely on private collect. and almost 1 in 5 recipients using Private Collect agreed to that arrangement to avoid conflict with or violence from a former partner. So for people understanding, the alternative is automatic garnishing of the wage of the parent that's assessed as owing child support. So before they get their payslip, the amount has been taken off for child support payments automatically. Parents sometimes get angry and abusive as a result of that process. So Private Collect is essentially a good faith arrangement of assuming that's going to be done directly. And what happens? Child support is not paid. More than half of those that responded to the government survey were underpaid by an average of around $2,000 a year. 1 in 4 received no child support in a year, and 1 in 3 reported never, sometimes or rarely receiving child support they were owed. It's a significant structural failure, and the consequences are largely felt by women and children. So nearly 300,000 families lose around $810 million each year in family payments because the system will then treat child support as though it has been received, even though it has not. So again, it's coming back to understanding. The Commonwealth family support payments are done after taking into account what the system assumes has been received in child support payments and on the basis of either lodged tax returns and so reported incomes or assessments. So what happens when a party withholds an assessment, say for a couple of years, a preliminary assessment has been done, the income is then lodged at a later date and is different, and it will often result that there's been an overpayment in that Commonwealth family support payment. And what it means is often the mother is then found to be in debt to the Commonwealth for overpayment of that family support payment. It means it impacts their credit ratings, it impacts their ability to get rental accommodations. It has a really significant impact. It puts additional stress on parents that are already struggling to make ends meet. The system is wrong. The recovery of that Commonwealth family support payment should absolutely be pursued against the parent who owes child support payment, not the other way around. So what happens is the mother is left without the child support owed to her by the former partner, but then also has her family tax benefit reduced or face that Commonwealth debt based on money she's never received. And the government knows this, the system knows this, but nonetheless has, I believe, an internal assessment that is it's easier to recover that debt against those single parents, usually the mothers, than it is to do it against the parent owing the child support. It's deeply unfair, and in the context of family and domestic violence, this is just a continuation of financial abuse. And it could be changed. It is within the government's power to change. I've raised it with the minister, but of course it has a budgetary bottom line because it's easier to recover from the parent with to whom it is owed. Schedule 6 is therefore particularly important. It allows a merit review for decisions to offset tax refunds or family assistance to top up amounts against family tax benefit debts. So I welcome those review rights, but the government should go further. Victim survivors of family and domestic violence and people whose family tax benefit debts arise specifically because child support was not actually paid or because a change of a provisional income assessment has resulted in an overpayment of that family tax benefit, they should be explicitly protected. If a parent is owed child support, they should not then be pursued by the Commonwealth for a debt created on the assumption that it has been received. Where a debt arises because the liable parent failed to pay child support or has delayed their disclosure or manipulated the system, the government should focus their recovery on the person responsible. It should not compound the harm to the parent already carrying the burden of care without the owed child support to then carry the burden of a debt to the Commonwealth. Schedules 7, 8 and 9 make further technical changes to Schedule 7 around paid parental leave, superannuation contributions, which reflect a person's actual entitlement, and additional Schedule 8 creates a limit of 10 payments on urgent social security payments is triggered, and Schedule 9 corrects cross-referencing errors and clarifies review arrangements. So there's a lot of technicalities in this legislation, but it is not grappling with the fundamental unfairness and wrongness of this system. So the government has committed $182.6 million over 4 years with ongoing funding to improve compliance in the child support scheme. I welcome that investment because it's long overdue, but let's get real, it's like a drop in the bucket of what's really needed. Better compliance requires much more than better data. We need to change the laws. We need stronger enforcement of unpaid child support. We need safer pathway out of private collect where coercion and violence is present. The family tax benefit system needs to be fixed. It needs to be decoupled from child support, or the government has to pursue debts against the parent owing the child support debt. So parents are not penalised for child support they have never received. And we need Services Australia to be properly resourced to identify abuse and support parents without pushing them back into an unsafe contact. The bill can make assessments faster, some decisions more accurate, and review rights clearer. They're all worthwhile reforms. But the child support system is decades old. It was not designed for the modern environment, and in particular with the recognition of coercive control and financial abuse. When that is front of mind, this system is antiquated and dangerous. So the reform challenge for the government is it really needs to overhaul the child support system. Child support can't be treated as a leverage in a dispute, and I acknowledge I've been a member of inquiries that many parents owing child support, often fathers, feel that it is used as leverage against time of care in relation to children. It is a really complex calculation as to how we arrive at that child support and the cost owed to children. In many circumstances, you have parents going on and having additional families, and that results in a complete distortion of how child support is then owed for parents from an earlier relationship. And yet we shouldn't have a situation where the adequate amount to sustain and support a child through their upbringing and schooling is somehow reduced or mitigated by parents' decisions to have further children. The needs of those first children remain the same. They have not changed. So child support really does need an overall review and assessment. The government must not mistake technical repair for systemic reform. It now has its own evidence showing where the system is failing. The next step must be a child support system that prevents coercion, enforces payment, ensures children receive the support that they are entitled to. And so I really urge the government and the minister to address this area of financial control that is put on overwhelmingly women, and often the Commonwealth is culprit in this situation with a system that pursues single parents for a debt that they have not created. Thank you.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 2 Bill 2026. And before I was elected into this place, I spent a good over 10 years as being an employment industrial relations lawyer. I also spent a couple of years working at St Vincent's de Paul Society, New South Wales, specifically as a regional director, and in that capacity looking after VINI support centres, van services, membership across a large pocket of New South Wales. And in those two capacity, I did see, firsthand really what happens when the system people rely on to keep a roof over their head, food on the table, don't quite work out in the way that they were meant to. And I do recall seeing that sort of anxiety in particular with the people that I was assisting with my team. When a payment didn't arrive when it should have, or when a debt notice landed with no clear way to have it looked at properly. And that experience shapes how I think about this bill, like this one in particular. And it is, yes, a technical bill, but technical does not mean trivial, Deputy Speaker. Technical means the difference between a family in Cogra getting their family tax benefit reconciled in time, or if it
if it gets wrong, having to claw back a debt from people who can least afford it. And the bill resolves a series of legacy legal and compliance issues that have built up over time in our social security, family payment and child support systems, and many of them stretching back well before this government came to office. It is the fifth piece of legislation in about 2 years addressing these historical issues, and this is exactly the kind of work that really restores trust and trust in the foundation on which the whole safety net rests upon. And without it, people stop believing in the system is there for them, and they will stop reaching out for help when they actually need it the most. Let me start with Schedule 1 on advance payments. And for people in my electorate of Barton, from Hurstville to Kingsgrove, Rockdale, Cogra, Bexley and Carlton, advance payments are often the difference between meeting a large, unavoidable cost.
I interrupt the member. I call the member for Gorton.
I move that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day next sitting.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the assumption of the debate be made an order of the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the member for Gorton.
I think we need a second.
No, not for that one. Not for that one. You're going to be second next. I call the member for Gorton.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I call the member for Lyon. I thank the member. I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently, the Sydney Morning Herald ran a story with a headline that should stop every member of Parliament in this place. Never seen so many grown men cry, the everyday Aussies who can't afford another disaster. That is what failing to prepare for climate risks looks like. Families unable to afford insurance. Communities rebuilding from one disaster while fearing the next. People who simply cannot absorb any more losses. Communities devastated, droughts, bushfires, and risks escalating. Australia's insurance system is flashing red, and the government is not responding with anything like the urgency required. APRA estimates around 1 in 7 Australian households are likely to be uninsured because of affordability pressure. By 2050, that could rise to 1 in 4, with the protection gap exceeding 40% in rural Australia. Not that I'm hearing too many members representing rural Australia elevating concerns around climate risks and the issue that poses for insurability. This is not just an insurance problem, though. It's a housing, a cost of living and a financial stability problem. If a home cannot be insured, it becomes harder to mortgage, it becomes harder to sell. If businesses can't get cover, investment suffers. And when disasters strike an uninsured community, the cost does not disappear. It lands on families, banks, councils, taxpayers and businesses that simply shut. Insurance is a safety net, but you can't insure your way out of the climate crisis. The government continues to spend billions cleaning up after disasters while underinvesting in prevention and resilience. The Disaster Ready Fund provides up to $1 billion over 5 years, but the current round is only $142 million. I ask the government, what are you doing? Meanwhile, natural disasters are already costing Australia around $40 billion a year, with costs projected to reach at least $73 billion annually by 2060. The mismatch should alarm everyone in this place. We know the risks are increasing, we know the cost of inaction, yet adaptation is still treated as a grant program rather than essential national infrastructure. We know what works: stronger homes, flood mitigation, better drainage, bushfire resilience, updated building standards, smarter land use planning and investment in natural protections. For every $1 invested in resilience, we can save up to 11 in future recovery costs. Yet on 30 June, the government allowed funding for the Multi-Hazard Resilience Rating Scheme, one of the only elements that actually help householders mitigate and adapt their properties, to expire. Now, this scheme had assessed more than 63,500 homes and helped drive around $218 million in resilience upgrades. That's exactly the kind of practical program we should be expanding, not abandoning. It was a program with support from the insurance industry and the banking industry. So I've called for at least a massive increase to the government's increase when it comes to our investment in adaptation and resilience. We had a one-off national risk assessment plan, but no clear and funded adaptation resilience planning to follow it. We can clearly, if we want to put this commensurate to defence, we need 0.25% of GDP to be invested each year in climate adaptation and resilience, and back that with a climate resilience facility. We need to make polluters pay for the damage that they are causing to individual Australians. Households should not be left carrying the growing bill for climate damage while major fossil fuel companies continue to profit from the pollution driving it. So, of course, that can be done through PRT reform or proper gas taxation when it comes to exports. The government has completed a national climate risk assessment and a national adaptation plan, but knowing the risk and actually responding to it is quite different. We need to act on it. You can't acknowledge escalating climate danger, and yet continue to approve fossil fuel expansion, underfund adaptation, and then claim to be keeping communities safe. The government must stop managing climate disasters after they happen and start seriously investing in preventing the damage and the scale, because ordinary Australians are paying the price, especially in rural and regional Australia. Climate adaptation is not optional. It's a core responsibility of government, and Australians deserve a response that is proportionate to the threat they now face. It is insane, the lack of investment in prevention, resilience and adaptation that is occurring in the face of the threat we face.
I thank the member for Warringah. I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about Australia's humanitarian refugee intake and express my strong support that we maintain our current 20,000 visas annually, and I hope that this is something we will not only maintain but build on. We live in a dangerous and increasingly volatile world, with conflicts occurring in our region and well beyond it. These are not abstract crises playing out on the other side of the globe. They have real and immediate consequences for millions of people forced from their homes through no fault of their own. According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, there are almost 38 million refugees worldwide, a figure that continues to climb as new conflicts emerge and old ones remain unresolved. In our region, this includes Afghans who have fled the horrors of Taliban rule and Rohingya who have escaped civil war and persecution in Myanmar. In Afghanistan, the Taliban takeover 5 years ago has had a devastating impact on its people, particularly women and girls who have seen decades of hard-won rights and freedoms stripped away almost overnight. What exists in Afghanistan now has been described by the UN as gender apartheid, with women more or less completely removed from public life, barred from education beyond primary school, excluded from the most forms of employment and denied basic freedom of movement without a male guardian. In Myanmar, the Rohingya have been systemically brutalised by the government and its military forces since 2017 in what many international bodies, including the United Nations, have characterised as acts of genocide. More than 750,000 have fled to Bangladesh and exist in extraordinarily difficult conditions, crowded into some of the largest and most densely populated refugee camps in the world, with limited access to clean water, healthcare and education for their children. In Africa and the Middle East, intractable conflicts continue to displace millions of people, placing them in unimaginably desperate situations, often with no clear pathway home and no certainty about their future. This is occurring at a time when the United States has dramatically reduced its humanitarian intake to just 7,500 refugees in 2026, the lowest level in the 45-year history of the US refugee admissions program. That retreat leaves an even greater gap for countries like Australia to fill. Now is a time to uphold our role as a global citizen and be steadfast in the values that we hold as a nation. The UNHCR estimates that 2.5 million refugees are in urgent need of resettlement, people who cannot return home and cannot remain where they live. I was very proud that at our recent national conference, the 50th Australian Labor Party conference, the national platform maintained its commitment to an immediate baseline intake of 20,000 humanitarian places per year, while formally retaining the long-term policy aspiration to progressively increase the intake to 27,000 places per year. Obviously, there are some in the Australian political discourse who wish to besmirch refugees for political purposes, stoking racism and division. The reality is that refugees must navigate the most scrutinised stream of the entire visa program. The UNHCR conducts biometric analysis and rigorous verification of family and refugee claims, quite aside from the additional Australian refugee assessment measures applied on top of the UNHCR process. Few people entering the country face a more thorough vetting process than refugees do. And Deputy Speaker, refugees make Australia a better place to live. They contribute to our social fabric in so many ways and bring with them a deep sense of gratitude to our country for providing a safe place to call home. From businesses to sporting fields, academia to healthcare, refugees and their descendants make Australia a stronger, richer, more dynamic nation. As we saw at the recent Football World Cup, the Socceroos squad reflected at least 15 cultural and ethnic backgrounds and included 4 former refugees. We celebrated their success and basked in the joy they brought to lounge rooms and watch parties around the country. Deputy Speaker, Australia must maintain our refugee intake and indeed grow our intake over time. Not only is it the right thing to do as a responsible and humane society and country, it benefits all of us in so many ways.
I thank the member for Canberra. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak on a couple of things, and I want to start with Phillip Island, which I very proudly represent as part of my electorate of Monash. Phillip Island is, of course, home to the Phillip Island penguin colony, and it's been in the news recently in relation to the outbreak of the H5 bird flu virus. I spoke to Catherine Basterfield, the CEO of Phillip Island Nature Park, yesterday. Phillip Island Nature Park are leading a world-first vaccination program. They're aiming to have 5,000 of the 40,000 penguins vaccinated to make sure that this iconic species is protected. I also want to place on the record my appreciation to Agriculture Minister Julie Collins for her time and attention in such a bipartisan way. I met with her this morning and attended a number of briefings last week. I'll continue to work with the Minister, with Phillip Island Nature Park, with Bass Coast Shire Council. It was very good to meet last week with Mayor Brett Cesari and Councillor Ronnie Bauer, who represents in his ward Phillip Island, and I know he's just so passionate about that community. But it is something we all deeply care about and are most concerned about doing everything possible to protect the Phillip Island penguins. I also discussed with the Minister the Monash electorate's poultry sector and the importance of continuing to do everything possible and available to us to protect the poultry sector in my electorate, and I appreciate the Minister's care and attention to these matters as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I presented my maiden speech to the Parliament last year, one of the things I called for was a national framework to address coastal inundation, and this is a very big issue for a number of areas of my electorate in South Gippsland Shire, but also in Bass Coast, most particularly Inverloch and part of Phillip Island. It's an environmental issue, it's an economic issue, and I've spoken to a number of residents on Phillip Island staring down the barrel of potentially losing their homes. We've got an incredible surf lifesaving club at Inverloch, which is right at the coalface of coastal inundation. And one of the things I want to call for today is the need for a parliamentary inquiry into coastal inundation. It's something I care deeply about, and I spoke with Bass Coast Shire Council recently about this and the fact that we have at the moment an ad hoc patchwork quilt approach to addressing coastal inundation. It's something that affects regional communities like mine, but I also know city areas across Australia also. And it would be good to have a nationally coordinated approach addressing the economic insurance,
and environmental challenges of this important issue. So I will continue to progress on this matter because I think it's important to my community, it's important to Australia, it's important to the environment, and I look forward to pursuing my call for a parliamentary inquiry on this. Yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Superannuation presented a keynote speech to the National Press Club, and I have a very high regard for the Minister, Daniel Molino, but I want to make a couple of points that I believe should have been addressed yesterday and weren't. And one of those relates to service standards in the superannuation sector, particularly the issue of death benefit payouts. Now, we've had Australian Super being litigated against by ASIC because of 7,000 outstanding claims. Super Consumers Australia recently conducted a landmark report which found that Australian Super don't bother to answer their phone in 90% of the cases that they had in their report. We had the ASIC claims handling report recently, which found in 78% of cases where there are outstanding death benefit payments due, they are uncomplicated and within the control of the trustees. This is not good enough. I also want to point out that in 2024 there was a landmark Senate inquiry on the issue of domestic violence perpetrators still being able to access the superannuation of their victims where those victims have passed away, and where, in a number of cases that I have read, there's outstanding evidence to suggest this really shouldn't be the case. So I want to see action on superannuation service standards, death benefit payouts, and I want to see the government get on with addressing this in a real manner.
I thank the member for Monash. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australia rightly celebrates our sporting women and men for doing us proud on the world stage. Our Olympians, our Commonwealth Games athletes, the Socceroos, the Matildas, the Diamonds. But today I want to tell the House about a group of athletes that deserve far more recognition than they currently receive. In particular, I'd like to tell the House about one remarkable young athlete, Isabella, from my community in Bulleen. Isabella was diagnosed with mild to moderate hearing loss at birth. She was fitted with a hearing aid at just 3 months of age. And with early intervention and the support of family and dedicated professionals, she grew up doing everything other kids in my community in Menzies do. She went to mainstream schools, she did gymnastics and dancing and music. She played basketball for the Bulleen Boomers, using a device called Roger, a microphone worn by her teachers and coaches that transmits sounds directly into her hearing aid. At around 10 or 11 years of age, Isabella's hearing began to decline, and it declined markedly. Her hearing loss is now described as severe to profound. In December this year, Isabella will receive a cochlear implant. 2024 was a bit of a turning point in Isabella's life. Her basketball coach mentioned that there was an Australian deaf basketball team and that she'd been invited to a training session. When she turned up, she found not just a team of great athletes, but a place where she was able to fit in with people who understood her experiences. A team had already been selected for the 2024 Asia Pacific Deaf Basketball Championships here in Melbourne, so Isabella stayed on as a training partner. Weeks out from the tournament, the coach asked if she would like to play. She was the second youngest athlete selected at 15 years old. For 10 days, she lived away from home for the very first time, staying with her teammates near the State Basketball Centre. The Geckos, the team she was playing in, won silver and qualified for the Deaf Olympics. Isabella and her teammates trained hard for over 9 months to represent Australia in Tokyo. In November last year, she walked in the opening ceremony in front of the Prime Minister of Japan, the Governor of Tokyo, and the Prince and Princess of Japan. The Australian Deaf Olympics squad was hosted for dinner at our embassy. She met deaf athletes from every corner of the globe, and Australia finished 8th in the world in that tournament. Isabella also qualified for the under-21 team, the Ringtails, who travelled to Lublin, Poland for the under-21 World Deaf Basketball Championships in June this year. There, Isabella was chosen as one of Australia's 2 flag bearers. She was named in the starting 5. She played every game in the tournament despite a serious shoulder injury sustained in the very first match. Australia narrowly missed a medal, falling to the host nation Poland in the bronze medal match. but Isabella brought home the Fair Play Award. Deputy Speaker, what strikes me most about Isabella's story is not just her being able to play basketball on the world stage and travel, remarkable as that is for a teenager from Bulleen. It is that in deaf basketball, she has found a community that understand her challenges and have given her a new and different feeling of belonging. Now, of course, Isabella's remarkable achievements are also thanks to her family, her parents, Suze and Dave, and the families of her teammates who have funded every trip overseas and every training session, borne every expense, taken her to training and accompanied her on trips. Next year, the Geckos will compete at the 2027 World Deaf Basketball Championships in Pescara, Italy. I know the people of Menzies, like myself, will be cheering Isabella on. To Isabella, to her parents, Suze and Dave, and to every player who has worn the green and gold for the Geckos and the Ringtails at the Deaf Olympics, thank you for representing our community, for representing Australia, and for doing us proud. I'd also like to acknowledge my friend, the member for Banks, who this morning hosted an event with 54 Reasons, as well as Matt Tyler and Kate Fitzgibbon, to talk about how we can better support young people who are experiencing family violence. As always, Matt and Kate released an incredible report backed by very strong research and consultation with the sector. Of course, we're currently consulting as a government on the Section Action Plan to address violence against women and children. And Kate and Matt always make important contributions to this debate, and I'd like to acknowledge their work in things like the Man Box, the Adolescent Man Box, and in this important report. Thank you.
I thank the member for Menzies. I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to raise concerns about the Albanese Labor government's support at home system failures. Caring for, respecting and supporting vulnerable Australians is an important responsibility of the federal government. With an ageing population and with a growing desire to age at home, older Australians deserve a system that is responsive and sustainable. Clearly, the Albanese Labor government is failing in this task. The Albanese Labor government have abandoned older Australians who need support to stay independent in their own homes. Tragically, almost 5,000 older Australians died while waiting for care last year. Latest figures show there was more than 200,000 older Australians either waiting for an aged care assessment or for funding for a home care package. A Senate inquiry into the implementation of this government-supported home reforms heard that the system is failing the very people it is meant to help and creating fear and uncertainty. I've spoken to many older Australians and their families across every corner of Barker who are enduring lengthy wait times for care they've been assessed as needing. Recently, I was contacted by constituents near Bordertown regarding their father, aged 91, who was physically declining and required additional assistance to stay in his home. After multiple calls to arrange an ACAT and being advised of at least another 6-week wait for an assessment, they said, and I quote, "We could get father into a local hospital which would expedite his assessment. However, we don't want to clog up an already stretched health system, and it also doesn't align with his wishes. He's 91, walking is now difficult. It's a shame that when it is really needed, we have to wait 5 months for any sign of help." Another constituent from Mount Gambier recently emailed, "The issue is that although they have been formally assigned these packages, the actual government funding is not immediately available to them. Our elderly population deserves to age with dignity, peace of mind and the immediate support they have been assessed as needing. Both my parents," the constituent goes on, "have worked hard as tax-paying citizens for this country, and the least that our government can do is to provide them for care as they age and provide the assistance they require. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is completely unacceptable, and older Australians simply cannot continue to languish on waiting lists or not be able to access the services they need." Melanie from the Barossa told me of her despair last year, and I quote, Despite finally securing a level 4 home care package after months of waiting, the package arrived far too late to make any real difference. Her father was hospitalised and was left waiting for an aged care placement. She said there was no time frame, no certainty and no dignity. Those who already had a home care package and transitioned to the Help at Home program following the government's reforms have faced increased costs for services, resulting in a reduction in services to fit care benefit budgets. A constituent, Murray Bridge, asked me to, quote, hold the government to account on their promise that no one grandfathered would have to pay more or lose services. This was a lie and they need to be held accountable. Many of us have lost services or now pay out-of-pocket fees. Constituents like John from Kapunda and Jeanette from Murray Bridge cannot access Commonwealth Home Support Program services despite being approved for access. They call around to providers and can't get any services in their regional communities. A couple from Nuriupta, aged 77 and 84, recently told me when trying to arrange home maintenance and domestic care, and I quote, when contacting the list of service providers offered for Nuriupta, they all made it quite clear that providers are full and not able to take on new clients even once a package has been approved. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll continue to fight to ensure that the needs of older members of communities throughout my electorate of Barker are met. Older Australians who choose to age at home must have access to the care and support they need. My message to the Prime Minister is a simple one. Albo, older Australians deserve better.
I thank the member for Barker. I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I am so pleased to address the chamber today to speak about something that affects so many individuals and families right across Australia. It's their mental health and well-being. In Australia today, 2 in 5 young people experience mental health challenges in any 12-month period. For adults, that's 1 in 5. And across our lifetime, about half of us will experience a mental health challenge, which is why at the last election, our government made the largest investment in mental health and wellbeing of any Commonwealth government, a more than $1.1 billion investment in the mental health and wellbeing of all Australians, bringing care closer to home in communities and all free under Medicare. And today we mark a significant milestone. Today, and I want to thank Alicia Payne and her constituent Rachel, today at the Medicare Mental Health Centre in Civic, we announced that we have now seen more than 500,000 visits. More than 500,000 Australians have now had the chance to be able to walk into a safe and welcoming place where they're greeted with compassion and where support is tailored to their individual needs. In total, nearly 50,000 Australians have now turned to a Medicare mental health centre for free mental health support, many of them or most presenting for mild anxiety or depression, the most common mental health struggles that Australians experience. And Medicare mental health centres are staffed by multidisciplinary teams of peer workers, people with their own lived experience who can walk alongside someone, as long as people like myself, mental health clinicians, and together providing holistic wraparound care. And today, to mark more than 500,000 visits is a significant milestone. And I think this has happened because we're reducing barriers to care. Someone doesn't need to get a referral from a GP. They don't need a diagnosis. They don't need to make an appointment. They can walk in and receive care that is tailored to their needs. Also, I wanted to mention, from my local constituency, I was very proud recently to open the new Medicare Mental Health Centre in Tuggerah. There'll be one opening in Gosford in the coming months. And for me, on that day, to be able to be joined by my colleague Oliver, who is now an Associate Professor of Nursing at the University of Canberra. But Oliver was a young nurse and I was a fairly new pharmacist working in mental health, and we would often talk about the struggles that people would face where they ended up either being brought in by ambulance or being brought in by police to the mental health inpatient units where we worked, simply because there wasn't care in the community when they needed it. And now to have a Medicare mental health centre in Tuggerah, in addition to
a headspace in Wyong and a headspace in Lakehaven and a new kids hub in Tuggerah as well, means that at whatever stage of life you're in, whatever your circumstances are, that there will be better support for you free under Medicare. And I also wanted to mention today, in the theme of mental health, and to congratulate the Labor Senator from South Australia, Marielle Smith. The Senate yesterday has supported a new select committee to focus on women's health. And I have the privilege of meeting just before this speech today, meeting with Senator Smith, who has so courageously shared her own lived experience and who, through her role in the Senate, will now have the opportunity, as well as the other members of the Select Committee to hear from women across Australia, to understand their personal experience, and for that to be able to shape future recommendations to build on the work that we're doing. To let people know that in Australia today, about 1 in 5 expectant or new mothers experience perinatal depression or anxiety, and that's 1 in 10 new or expectant fathers. That impacts about 100,000 Australian families each year. What, through this committee's work, and it will be obviously broader focus on women's health, but the particular part that I'm interested in understanding better, through people's own personal experiences, how can we reach people sooner? How can we improve screening? How can we improve wraparound support to make sure that any new or expectant parent gets the care and support they need, including for people who live in more regional or remote parts of Australia? We are investing, of course, in perinatal mental health, opening Gidget houses across the country, and Marielle had the opportunity to open one in Murray Bridge just last week, and I'll be opening one in Wyoming on the central coast of New South Wales tomorrow. So a big investment already, but more to do. And the opportunity now to hear directly from women and families and to learn from their own lived experience to make sure that what we do improves the lives of all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Monday, 7th September 2026.